Chapter 110. When he returned to the office, Sue-Yi was still thinking about the announcement of the names of those who had passed the Level 5 test. Perhaps it was because Sue-Yi had attracted too much attention, and his performance in the actual combat test was too unconvincing. Therefore, when they found out that he had passed the Level 5 test, and that his performance in the actual combat test was obviously better than Sue-Yi's, they couldn't help but raise questions. Some even questioned whether the Sorcerer's Guild had any shady dealings. In response to these people's questions, the Sorcerer's Guild's answer was that Sue-Yi had obtained first place in the written test. Furthermore, his answers in the written test had demonstrated a theoretical depth that far exceeded that of a Level 4 or even a Level 5 mage. This showed that he had extremely high attainments and standards in magical theory. Therefore, the examiners in charge of the examination unanimously agreed to let Sue-Yi pass the test. Although the other mages were dissatisfied with this answer, they couldn't refute it. After all, the Sorcerer's Guild had always emphasized that mages had to have a sufficient standard in magical theory. Since Sue-Yi was able to demonstrate a theoretical level that exceeded that of a Level 5 mage, it was reasonable for him to pass the Level 5 test. However, because of this, many of the Level 4 mages present who didn't pass the test had many opinions about Sue-Yi. Many of them even looked at him with a hint of hatred in their eyes. Before leaving, a mage specially came to Sue-Yi and fiercely threw a sentence in front of him. "Kid, don't think that you're a Level 5 mage, and I'm only a Level 4 mage. Do you believe that I can beat you to a pulp?" Sue-Yi's response to this was only a faint smile. In his opinion, using magic in practical applications was considered a good use of it. Using it in a battle was a complete waste of talent. The mages of the signs had grasped magic, which was comparable to the industrial technology on Earth. There were even some areas where it surpassed it by quite a bit. However, they had always only used it in battles and even killing. They had never thought of using magic to improve people's lives. It was truly a waste of resources. If all the great mages could be like great magician Camilla and put a part of their energy in a magical research, then the people of the signs wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, right? Sue-Yi sighed as he stepped through the door of the office. Then he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The entrance hall of the office wasn't big, but at this moment there was an empty space behind the door. It was filled with a pile of iron lumps that didn't even give people a place to stand. "Sir Chairman, you're back." A vigorous voice rang out from the metal lump, and then a familiar, smiling young face appeared. "Alex, you're here," Sue-Yi replied with a smile. He pointed at the magic machines on the ground and said with a frown, "Didn't I tell you to properly pack them up when you brought them here? Why are they still like this? When you brought them here, it can't be that you put them in the horse carriage and ran all the way here, right?" The lumps of iron on the ground were, of course, the various magic machines produced by New Flyer. Other than the agricultural magic machines, there were also 50 brand new magic air conditioners. This batch of agricultural magic machines was from the fire in the warehouse last time. He had Viscount Leslie send someone to Banna City's New Flyer to bring them over. He was prepared to give these 18 agricultural magic machines to the agriculture department, so that the Agricultural Reform Committee, led by Harvey and Seveny, could experiment on a larger area of farmland, further determining the performance of these agricultural magic machines. As for these 50 magic air conditioners, of course they were the first batch of goods that Victor's group of 3 agreed on. Of course not. Alex quickly shook his head. "Sir Chairman, you specially told me to treat these fellows like treasures. So how could I be that careless? Be assured, on the way here, I wrapped each magic machine in a thick cloth and only took it off when I came here. Look, don't these fellows look like they're not injured at all?" Sue-Yi bent down to look them over and found that these magic machines didn't seem to be damaged at all, so he gave a satisfied nod. "Very good, Alex. Didn't you always say that you didn't want to stay in Banna City? Properly study how to transport goods, and when the time comes, I'll tell Hines to let you be our company's transport manager. Our company's products will soon be sold to the other large cities on the continent. So if you become a transport manager, I guarantee that you'll be able to travel all over the continent." Alex's eyes lit up. "Really? Sir Chairman, You're really letting me be the transport manager? Why would I lie to you? Sue gave a laugh. Moreover, you won't even need to take a horse carriage when the time comes. You'll be sitting in a faster and more stable car, which will be much more comfortable. Faster and more stable? What kind of car is that? Alex asked in a confused voice. Sue gave a laugh, no comment. Alex was blocked, but he knew that Sue wouldn't tell him, so he could only helplessly scratch his head. All right, take care of these things first, especially the magic air conditioners. There should be people coming to take them soon. Sue said this to Alex before finding Manager Ram and having him send a servant to inform Victor. Less than half an hour later, Victor rushed into the room, his eyes glowing with excitement. Seeing the magic air conditioners on the ground, he was surprised. He pointed at the magic air conditioners and asked Sue with an expectant look, "Chairman Sue, these are the magic air conditioners you mentioned?" Sue revealed a smile and didn't reply. Rather, he had Victor help him. The two of them carried the magic air conditioners into a room and placed it on the nail that was already prepared on the wall. Seeing the doubtful look on Victor's face, Sue took out a magic crystal and waved it in front of Victor. He put it in the magic air conditioner and pressed the switch before pulling Victor in front of the magic air conditioner. See, a cold wind came from the front of the magic air conditioner, and the two of them couldn't help taking a cold breath. Sue, Chairman Sue, why is this fellow? Why is there a cold wind blowing? So cold. Victor moved to the side and found that after the cold wind blew by the magic air conditioner, the temperature of the room dropped a bit. Oh, this is the variable temperature magic air conditioner. So I'll show you the cooling effects first. Sue gave a dry laugh, deciding not to explain to Victor that he had pressed the wrong switch. Coming in front of the magic air conditioner, Sue looked it over and found that Hines had followed his design. There were blue and red marks on the two switches, and the switch that he had pressed just now was the blue mark for cooling. He pressed the red switch again, and the blue switch bounced back with a click. Even this small design had never appeared in signs before. When Sue proposed it, he had even received praise from Master Ram and Canby. Once the red switch was pressed, the magic air conditioner no longer blew out cold wind. After a while, there was a warm wind that blew out. Victor, standing in front of the magic air conditioner, suddenly felt the warm wind, and he couldn't help shivering. Not long after, not only did the front of the magic air conditioner become warm, the room that had been cold because of the cold gradually became warmer. Victor even felt a bit warm, and he couldn't help taking off his heavy coat. Sue reached out to stop him and turned off the magic air conditioner. He asked with a smile, "How is it, young Master Victor? What do you think of the effects of this magic air conditioner?" Victor didn't hesitate to give Sue a thumbs up as he praised, "Great. Too strong. Chairman Sue, I really couldn't tell that this normal-looking piece of iron actually had such a good effect. This thing is simply comparable to a large-scale frost array or a large-scale flame array." "Then you're still not confident in selling them?" Sue asked. Victor laughed and shook his head. "No, I'm very confident right now. Chairman Sue, actually the three of us have already asked some of our noble friends, and most of them are very interested in this new thing. If they see that this magic air conditioner has such a strong effect, I'm certain that they will definitely go crazy over it." "Chairman Sue, 50 definitely isn't enough. I want 100. No, 200. The more the better." Sue revealed a smile and deliberately revealed an awkward expression as he said, "This, young Master Victor, we can supply you with more, but as for the payment..." Victor was surprised before he came back to his senses. He patted his head. Right, this was my fault. "Chairman Sue, you're a good friend, giving us 50 first. I can't be too greedy, right? All right, when these 50 magic fans are sold, I'll give you the first batch. Then the three of us will try to get some money to buy more goods from you. What do you think?" Sue revealed a smile and gave a slight nod. "This is very good. But young Master Victor, I'll be leaving Anvilmar City tomorrow and returning to Banna City." "How can that be?" Victor quickly cut off Sue. "Chairman Sue, our cooperation has just begun, and we're about to earn a large amount. How can you leave? If you leave, not to mention where I'll get the rest of the goods, how can we give you the first batch? It can't be that the three of us will run off to Banna City, right? Of course there's no need. I have my plans. Sui walked out of the room and called Alex, who was organizing the goods outside. Young Master Victor, he is called Alex. He is our company's temporary representative in Anvil City, so he can represent me and our new flyer. After I leave, you can find him if you need anything. Whether it is the supply of the magic air conditioner or the payment of the goods, you can contact him. Alex had been told by Hines before he came, so he knew what he was here to do, so he wasn't surprised. He revealed a sincere smile to Victor and said, "Hello." Victor doubtfully looked at Alex for a while before slowly nodding. "Since it's someone Chairman Sue trusts, I have no objections." After confirming Alex as the representative, Sue discussed some details of the transaction in front of the two of them. This was Victor's first time doing business and Alex's first time being in charge, so the two of them were a bit nervous. Compared to them, Sue, who was only 27 this year, was much calmer. He gave the ideas that he had already thought of, and the two of them kept nodding, rarely giving different opinions. It didn't take long for the three of them to determine the basic terms of the transaction. Sue even took out a contract that he had already prepared and had Victor and Alex sign their names. Then he signed his name on it, officially establishing a long-term cooperation between the two of them. Victor carefully put away the contract and looked at the sky outside the window before suggesting, "Chairman Sue, Brother Alex, it's almost noon. How about we find a place to go, and I'll treat you to a meal? It can also be considered a celebration of our successful cooperation." Sue revealed a smile. When he was about to agree, Manager Ram's voice suddenly came from outside the room. "Chairman Sue, Lord Viscount Leslie is here." Sue was surprised as a shadow that couldn't be seen appeared on his face. Then he said to Victor with a smile, "I'm sorry, the Lord Viscount is here, so I can't accompany you. Alex, why don't you have a few drinks with Victor for me? You will be in contact for a long time, so you can take this chance to get closer." Victor helplessly nodded. "All right. I can only hope that Chairman Sue will let me properly entertain you when you come to Anvil City next time. There will definitely be a chance." Sue laughed before leaving the room. Chapter 111. Seeing Sue walk into the living room, Viscount Leslie revealed a bright smile to him. "Sue, congratulations on becoming a 5th-grade magician." Sue was surprised. "How did you know this quickly?" Although Sue didn't doubt the power of the Stag family behind Viscount Leslie in Anvil City, he had just finished the 5th-grade exam, and Viscount Leslie had rushed over after hearing the news, which was a bit too shocking. A person who has never participated in the Sorcerer's Guild's exam before actually passed the 5th-grade exam on his first try. If I didn't know this kind of important news, I wouldn't be able to stay in Anvil City in the future. Viscount Leslie proudly replied, "Oh, so it's that hard for me to pass the 5th-grade exam?" Sue couldn't help revealing a smile. "Of course. You have to know, there are many fellows who disdained you before that have no choice but to pay special attention to you because of this news." Sue was a bit confused. "Lord Viscount, although 5th-grade magicians aren't all over the place, there definitely aren't a pitiful amount of them, right? I think that just in our Lampari Kingdom, there are over 1,000 5th-grade magicians. So what is special about me? Compared to this, I feel that I and the magic machines should attract more attention. Not to mention that I was summoned by His Majesty for the agricultural magic machines 2 days ago. So this matter should attract more attention." Viscount Leslie shook his head. "You really don't understand the mentality of some people. They think that you are a small merchant who invented a few new things and attracted His Majesty's interest, so they summoned you. As for the effects of the agricultural magic machines, these people don't understand it at all and disdain to understand it. Compared to this, a magician with high talent is what they care about the most." Sue was silent for a bit before suddenly saying, "Among these people, it doesn't include Lord Viscount's father, Lord Duke Stag, right?" Viscount Leslie looked at Sue with a gaze of deep meaning. Although her father can see through things better than those fellows, Sue is not enough. Is it because new flyer and I don't have enough influence, so we aren't worthy of his attention? Sue asked with a smile. Viscount Leslie gave a slight nod. That's the general idea. Although father is interested in you because of His Majesty the King's summons, it's still far from enough to attract his attention. So, Viscount Leslie spread his hands and said in a helpless and regretful voice, "I'm very sorry. Although I've tried my best, Lord Father still doesn't want to see you." Sue shrugged and said indifferently, "Lord Viscount, you don't have to apologize. I know very well that with my current identity and status, it is impossible for me to gain the attention and importance of the Duke. That's nothing. New flyer, and I still have a lot of room for development. We should have a chance to meet the Duke in the future. You really have always been this confident," Viscount Leslie said with a smile. Viscount Leslie said with a smile, "This is one of my strong points." Sue accepted this praise without any politeness before asking, "But Lord Viscount, I'm very curious. Why hasn't Hannes come to see me in all these days? Could it be that after he returned to Anvil City, he doesn't recognize his old friends in Banda City?" Viscount Leslie couldn't help smiling. "This fellow, you finally couldn't help asking this. Let me tell you, according to the news I received yesterday, as soon as that fellow Hannes came home, he was grounded. He can't go out for a month, so it's impossible for him to see you even if he wants to." "Grounded?" Sue was stunned. "Why?" Viscount Leslie shook his head. "Of course it's to punish him for staying in Banta City for too long, even missing the set time to go home." Sue was a bit speechless. He isn't a child. How could he be punished because of this? Viscount Leslie gave a shrug. "There's no other way. His family is like this." It's no wonder Hannes' expression was so strange when he mentioned his father. After chatting for a bit about Hannes, Viscount Leslie took out a letter from his chest for Sue. "I still need to stay in Anvil City for a bit, and you're going back tomorrow. So help me bring this letter back to Brunei." After Sue took the letter, Viscount Leslie gave him a thick paper bag that he didn't know what was inside. "It's some contract documents. Also give them to Brunei." Viscount Leslie was silent for a bit before saying, "I might be staying in Anvil City for a bit this time, so if there is anything, you can directly discuss it with Brunei." Sue knit his brows. "Lord Viscount, forgive me for being direct, but although Butler Brunei is very loyal to you, he is very strange and isn't as flexible as you are. It's fine if it's a normal matter, but if it's a special matter, like if the company needs to do something important, I'm worried. Forgive me for being direct. I'm worried that he will delay things." Viscount Leslie couldn't help smiling. "Kid, you really do have some opinions about Brunei. Relax, I've said it before. I won't participate in the company's development plans, so you can do whatever you want. As for the matters of the territory, I've written it all down in this letter. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Sue put away the letter and paper bag with a smile. "I can be assured like this. Lord Viscount really is wise. You've already arranged everything." Viscount Leslie scolded with a smile before standing up. "All right, we'll leave it like this. I still have some things to do tomorrow, so I won't send you off when you leave." Sue shook his head. "It's not like I'm a little girl. What kind of parting is there?" Viscount Leslie laughed and walked out the door. As soon as he stepped out the door, Viscount Leslie suddenly stopped. After waiting for a while, he slowly turned to look at Sue. His expression was very complicated, like he was struggling with something in his heart. After hesitating for a bit, he gave a sigh and said in a soft voice, "Sue, as for the matter in the royal palace, I should actually apologize to you." Sue looked at Viscount Leslie in surprise. Countless thoughts passed through his mind before he finally revealed a smile. "Lord Viscount, you're too serious." Actually, Viscount Harvey was right. As a chess piece, you have to have the consciousness of a chess piece. You don't need to apologize to me. Viscount Leslie looked at Sue in surprise, and his eyes couldn't hide the shock that appeared. After a while, Viscount Leslie's expression returned to normal. He nodded to Sue, but he didn't say anything else as he turned to leave. Watching his back disappear around the corner, Sue rubbed his face and revealed a self-deprecating smile. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, who would like to be a chess piece? ####. 2 days later, Sue returned to Banta City that he had been away from for over 10 days. This time he wasn't alone, but compared to when he left Banta City, the people he had with him had greatly changed. When he left, Viscount Leslie and Baron Hannes were with him, but when he came back, those two fellows had stayed in Anvil City. Coming back with Sue, Other than Sanchili that Sue had picked up on the way, there were over 10 low-grade magicians who had decided to come to Bana City to see the new flyer after being enticed by him. Among them were Erwin, Rooney, and Bob. The highest level of these magicians was only second level, and the youngest Rooney was already 19 years old. The oldest Isaac Fowler was already 47 years old this year. If it was said that Erwin's group of 3 had hopes of becoming powerful magicians because of their young age, for someone like Isaac Fowler, who was still a second-level magician at this age, it would be very hard for him to become a powerful magician in his life. So when Sue was persuading them, he just needed to mention the salary, and it was very easy for them to move. Other than these people who would become employees of the new flyer if nothing unexpected happened, there was a very special person who came with Sue, young Miss 70. Have you prepared a place to stay during this time? Sue looked at 70, sitting in front of him, and asked with a faint smile, if you haven't, perhaps I can find a suitable place for you. 70 was still wearing the uniform of the agriculture department, and she didn't have any makeup on her face. She didn't look glamorous at first glance, but if one looked at her a bit longer, they would be attracted by the intellectual aura that was rarely seen on signs. Hearing Suyi's question, 70 revealed a gentle smile and shook her head. Many thanks for Chairman Sue's good intentions. But I'll go see Count Samo first. I think that as for the problem of living, Samo Count should have the appropriate arrangements, so I won't trouble Chairman Sue. Sue gave a slight nod. Of course the City Lord's arrangements are better than mine. Then young Miss 70, how are you planning on inspecting our new flyer? According to the king's orders, 70 was representing the king and the agriculture department to inspect and supervise the new flyer. She wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any problems with the quality of the agricultural magic machines that new flyer was producing for the agriculture department. At the same time, she would be inspecting the farmland transformation plan in Bana City and studying the farmer support plan that new flyer was implementing, trying to spread this plan across the kingdom. According to this work arrangement, 70 would be staying in Banta City until next spring's harvest. It was already December, so there was still around 5 months until next spring's harvest. Thinking of how 70 would be staying in Banta City for this long and would be inspecting the work of the company on behalf of the king, Sue felt a bit awkward. But now that the agriculture department, represented by the king, was New Flyer's biggest customer, the customer was God. Sue not only couldn't reveal any dissatisfaction, he had to show his enthusiasm and welcome. Chairman Sue, your words are too serious. I'm not here to inspect your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Rather, I'm here to learn. 70 said with a faint smile. 70 said with a faint smile, actually, I'm very curious about the new flyer that Chairman Sue and you created. Chairman Sue, why did you want to study these magic machines? Sue paused before saying in an awkward voice, young Miss 70, this is a long story. 70 kept smiling. It's fine, we'll be together for a long time, so I'm very happy to hear Chairman Sue slowly tell me about these things. The horse carriage had stopped at this time. Sue opened the curtain to take a look and found that the horse carriage was at the gate of the City Lord's manor. He jumped out of the horse carriage and reached out to help 70 down. If you really want to hear it, I can slowly tell you about it in the future, Sue said with a faint smile. As for today's trip, I hope that you can enjoy a beautiful dream first. Many thanks for your blessings. 70 gave Sue a standard noble girl's bow before walking to the gates of the City Lord's manor. Count Samo had already received the news and was waiting at the gate. Seeing 70 come over, he immediately came forward with a wide smile. Seeing the exaggerated smile on Count Samo's face, Sue was a bit doubtful. Even if 70 was here to inspect Bana City on behalf of the agriculture department, Samo Count wouldn't be this polite, right? But this thought only appeared in Suyi's mind before he threw it to the back of his head. After getting back into the horse carriage, he gave an order to the driver, and the motorcade headed out of the city to New Flyer. Could it be that New Flyer had too much money and nowhere to spend it? Manager Riley, I still have to ask you for something. I don't have much time in the next few days, so I'll have to trouble you to tell Chairman Cruz for me that I have something to discuss with him. I'll have to trouble him to tell me when he has time, and we can set a time to meet. Sue E then said. Manager Riley nodded in response. Sue E gave Manager Riley a few more requests before arriving in front of the magicians who were curiously looking at the two workshops in front of them. Everyone, what you're looking at now are the two factories of our new flyer. Although they look quite simple, the various magic machines are made in these two factories. Right now, these two factories can produce over 10,000 gold coins worth of magic machines for our new flyer each month, bringing large amounts of profit to our company. It could be considered the foundation of our new flyer. If these two factories were destroyed by someone, I might have to go hungry. Sue E gave two laughs, but he found that the magicians in front of him didn't have any smiles on their faces. Rather, they all knit their brows, as if they weren't satisfied with the scene they were seeing. The reason why they agreed to Sue Yi's suggestion and followed him to Bana City was because Sue Yi had described New Flyer as a beautiful place. Who would have thought that when they came here, this new flyer would only have two small workshops? For a company of this scale, what kind of future could they have? Sue Yi looked over and easily guessed what everyone was thinking. He didn't say anything else as he called out to everyone and led them to the household magic machine workshop. The magicians behind him hesitated a bit before following him. After all, they had come all the way here, so they had to make a decision after seeing it clearly. When everyone entered the workshop, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. This small workshop, which was probably less than 1,000 square meters in size, was actually packed with people. After a rough count, he estimated that there were close to 200 people inside. Not a single one of these 200 people were idle. They were all busy working without stopping for a second. Among them, the ones that attracted the most attention were the dozens of strange-looking iron lumps placed in each corner. As the workers beside the machine operated, the iron lumps let out various roaring sounds. Then, the various iron parts that the workers put in changed their appearance. As soon as these parts were made, they were immediately sent to another group of workers. These workers didn't stop as they skillfully assembled these parts before sending them to the next group of workers. The next batch of workers performed another series of operations that dazzled everyone. After these parts were assembled, they changed their appearance again. The parts were put together one by one, and when the last group of workers put in some strange-looking nails, these parts finally turned into a rectangular iron box. It seems to be that magic air conditioner. A magician suddenly pointed at the iron box and said in an uncertain voice, "Magic air conditioner? What is that thing?" The surrounding people immediately asked. The night before we left Ambalmar City, I was a guest at Viscount Launch's house. He had people put this thing in the room and said that it was a new thing that he had bought. It was called the magic air conditioner. That magician explained, "Speaking of this, it really is amazing. The room was very cold back then, but Viscount Launch put a magic crystal in the magic air conditioner and turned it on, causing the magic air conditioner to blow out a warm breeze. Not long after, the room was warmed up and I couldn't even wear a coat in the end. If it was up to me, this magic air conditioner's effects are even better than the large-scale flame array." Impossible, right? Another magician couldn't help refuting. It costs that much to lay down the large-scale flame array, and this thing's effects are even better than the large-scale flame array. Isn't it too expensive? That magician shook his head. It isn't expensive. I heard Viscount Launch say that his magic air conditioner only costs 35 gold coins. The more important thing is that this thing consumes very few magic crystals. We stayed at Viscount Launch's place for an entire night, and this thing only relied on a small magic crystal to support itself. It didn't change at all. It can't be, right? The others were even more surprised. Then isn't this thing much stronger than the large-scale flame array? That's right. I heard Viscount Launch say that this magic air conditioner not only blows out warm air, it can also blow out cool air. It can even be used in the summer. Feeling everyone's surprised gazes, that magician couldn't help feeling a bit smug. He began proudly telling everyone about what happened at Viscount Launch's house that night. Sue E on the side couldn't help revealing a strange smile. 35 gold coins. This Victor, he really knows how to raise the price. When he was discussing this with Sue E, Victor had told Sue E that he would set the price of the magic air conditioner at 30 gold coins per unit. Who would have thought that from this magician's mouth, he would actually raise the price? But Sui didn't care if he raised the price or not. Anyway, he had given Victor a fixed price of 25 gold coins per unit. So if Victor could sell at a high price, that was his skill. Seeing the magicians talking, Sui didn't care about them and came to Heinz, who had been giving him countless looks. "Hey, Sui, these fellows seem to be magicians. Could it be that you pulled them from Anvilmar City?" Seeing Sui come to his side, Heinz immediately asked this in a low voice. I just don't know how many of them will decide to stay." Sui said with a nod. "Let me see. 1, 2. There are a total of 13 people. Even if they all stay, it's too little." Heinz was a bit disappointed. The number isn't important. The important thing is that they stay. Sui revealed a smile, not being as disappointed as Heinz. Sui shook his head. "Even if a single magician chooses to work for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce in the end, it is a major breakthrough because it has a large symbolic meaning. With one, there will be a second, a third, and even more." Heinz carefully looked over the magicians, who were still loudly discussing, and knit his brows, as his disappointed expression didn't decrease at all. These fellows seem to be primary and second-grade magicians, right? What use can they have? They aren't that much stronger than students. Sui couldn't help rolling his eyes. "You think that those high-level magicians would agree to come to our small company that doesn't have any fame at all? Let me tell you, I already spent quite a bit of effort to convince them to come here. All right, our company isn't even the #1 company in Banda City, so don't have such high expectations. Although these people's magic power is normal, at least they don't have to spend so much time studying like the students. Moreover, they're much more experienced in arranging magic arrays, so their efficiency is much higher than the students." Hearing Sui's explanation, Heinz finally revealed a faint smile. "Oh, that's right. The students are too unstable. I can't be assured if I rely on them. If we can hire more magicians to replace the students in the future, it's worth it even if we give them a higher wage." "That's right. How much are you giving them?" Sui crossed his index fingers. "At least 10 gold coins a month. The exact amount depends on the output." Heinz revealed a surprised look. "It can't be, right? Only 10 gold coins a month, and these noble magicians are willing to come with you?" Sui gave a shrug. "There's no other way. Magicians are also people and need to eat." Chapter 113. Perhaps they were shocked by the magic air conditioner, but after Sui led them around the 2 workshops, 9 of the 13 magicians expressed their willingness to stay and join the new flyer. Of the remaining 4 who refused, Sui was very disappointed by Owen and Bob. "I'm sorry, Sui, I really want to fight with you, but..." Erwin was a bit embarrassed. Erwin was a little embarrassed. "My dream since I was young was to become a powerful magician, and I'm still young, so I don't want to give up." Sui asked in a confused voice. "You can also study magic here. Look, Rooney is staying. He's even a higher-level magician than you." Erwin scratched his head and said with a laugh, "Compared to here, I prefer to improve myself through knitting. As for Rooney, his family situation isn't good, so he's always wanted a stable income. He's different from me and Bob. Based on my face, I hope that you can treat him a bit better." Seeing that Erwin had made his decision, Sui could only give a helpless sigh before giving a slight nod. "All right, I will take care of him." After sending off the 4 magicians who decided to leave, including Erwin and Bob, Sui didn't have time to feel sad. He brought the remaining 9 magicians to find Seabass and signed an employment contract with them on behalf of the new flyer. From this day forth, these 9 magicians would become official employees of the new flyer. Their job was to complete the magic arrays on the various magic machines. Even if there were only 9 of them, because they were full-time employees, they could work longer in the new flyer than the students of Baron Richter Magic Academy. Adding in the fact that they had studied magic for a long time, they had more experience in arranging magic arrays compared to the students. As long as they familiarized themselves with the work, Sui was certain that the amount of work they could do each day would far surpass the students. After signing the contract, Sui had Sabas lead them to Banda City. In order to welcome these magicians, Sui had informed Heinz ahead of time to rent 2 houses in Banda City as their temporary residence. Of course, there would be more and more employees in the new flyer in the future, so just these two houses wouldn't be enough. Sue had already planned on building several workers' dorms near the factory to provide housing for the foreign workers. After settling these magicians, Sue came to the magic machine workshop. He gathered Camby and the other main dwarves and held a small meeting. 3,000 units? Hearing the number that Sue reported, Camby and the other dwarves revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Of course, they were happy because such a big order meant that the dwarves could have a lot of work to do and still get a generous salary every month. He was surprised that this number was just too large. With the production capacity of the magic machine workshop, they wouldn't be able to finish it all by the spring planning time. Chairman, you should be clear on our current abilities, so why did you accept this order? Camby looked at Sue with a doubtful gaze as he asked this. Or could it be that you're planning on recruiting more dwarven brothers to increase production? But time is tight right now, and it takes a lot of time to grasp the technology to make these agricultural magic machines. Even if you recruit enough dwarven brothers, I'm afraid it'll be a bit too late. Sue gave a bitter smile and helplessly replied, Of course I know, but there's no other way. This number is the lowest requirement of His Majesty, and if we can't complete it, this order will be ruined. Camby was even more confused. This isn't right. His Majesty should know that only our new flyer can make agricultural magic machines. Even if we can't complete it, can he find someone else to make it for him? Of course, he can't find anyone. But His Majesty said that if we can't complete this request, he will force us to hand over the technology and gather all the manpower of the country to make them. Do you think I have a choice? Camby and the other dwarves looked at each other in blank dismay. After a while, Camby gave a snort. You human kings really don't talk reason. Sue gave a shrug. All right, let's not care about this. Anyway, I've already taken this order, so let's think about how to complete it. Camby awkwardly scratched his head. Chairman, I can have the brothers work overtime and urge everyone to increase their efficiency. But this kind of increase is limited, and it's hard to complete this large order. Then again, other than this order, we've already received orders from the nobles of Bana City and the surrounding cities to make agricultural magic machines. Moreover, didn't you say before you left that, because you wanted to cooperate with the large companies in the city, you were prepared to make some production magic machines for them? With this much work, I don't think we can finish it. The other dwarves looked at each other before giving a sigh. They shook their heads, clearly feeling that it was very difficult. Of course, it's not a good choice to exploit people's labor, so I have other plans. Sue revealed a faint smile. He took out a blueprint from his chest and spread it in front of the dwarves. Come, everyone take a look. This is a new type of production magic machine that I took some time to draw on the road. How long do you think it will take to make it? The dwarves all came over and looked at the blueprint for a while. Camby gave a sound. Chairman, this production magic machine is a bit similar to the small magic punch press. Sue nodded. That's right. This production magic machine is called the roll forging magic punch press. It's used to make connecting rods and other metal parts. With this thing, you don't need to rely on hand polishing when making connecting rods for agricultural magic machines. Camby seriously looked at the blueprint for a while before giving a sigh. Chairman, although I can't completely understand this blueprint right now, I can tell that it's very powerful. If it really is like you said, and we can rely on this production magic machine to make connecting rods, our efficiency will increase by quite a bit. Sue laughed. It's not just the roll forging magic punch press. Other than this, there's also the mechanical pressure magic punch press, the extrusion magic punch press, and etc. In short, my goal is to use the production magic machines to replace the large amount of manual work that you do. Although you dwarves are very skilled at manual work, if you want to increase your output and mass produce, it's better to use more magic machines. Camby couldn't help asking, Chairman, since you have such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Sue pointed at the blueprint on the ground. If I didn't let you touch these simple production magic machines first and gave you this blueprint, would you understand it? Camby could only scratch his head again and say with an awkward smile, I don't understand it. Right, so you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. I want to design all the magic machines at once, and then everyone can easily press a button to make the things they want. But that clearly isn't realistic. This is because you dwarven craftsmen are skilled and have a strong understanding of forging, so I can take out the blueprint for these production magic machines for you to see. If it was a normal fellow, I wouldn't dare take it out at all. Hearing Su Yi's words, the dwarves all revealed looks of pride. Canby forcefully patted his chest and said in a loud voice, "Be assured, Chairman. As long as you give us the blueprint like before, we promise that we won't miss a single thing." The roll forging magic punch press. Su Yi reminded him. "That's right. Make this roll forging magic press machine," Canby heroically said. "Chairman, you're planning on having our production magic machine workshop do the same as the household magic machine workshop, using the production magic machines to make all the parts, and then we just need to assemble them?" a dwarf suddenly asked. Sui looked at this dwarf and recognized him as Bordeaux, one of the dwarves from the Angola tribe. Because of his high craftsmanship and strong learning ability, he was now one of the core members of the production magic machine workshop. Right, the ideal state is like this. Of course, as for what degree it can reach, it will depend on me and the design of the research facility, as well as your forging skills. Su Yi replied. Bordeaux turned to look at the dwarves working in the workshop and said with a worried look, "But Chairman, like this, wouldn't we dwarves be useless? If these production magic machines can solve all the problems, what do you need us to do?" Hearing Bordeaux's question, including Canby, the other dwarves all looked at Su Yi with sparkling eyes. It was clear that they were very concerned about the answer to this question. Su Yi revealed a smile and shook his head. "No, Bordeaux, you're looking down on your value too much. Machines are only machines in the end. Although they can help us do some work, there are many things that machines can't replace. Take Bordeaux, for example. You're mainly responsible for the production of the small magic plowing machines. When each small magic plowing machine is made, you just need to listen to it and you'll know if there are any problems with it. This ability is clearly something that machines can't replace, right?" Bordeaux revealed a smile as he revealed a proud look. "To me, an experienced worker is far from being comparable to a rigid machine. Bordeaux, you don't need to worry that once there are more production magic machines, the Dwarven brothers won't have anything to do. Rather, as the production magic machines become more and more developed, I will need more and more of you Dwarven engineers with rich experience, strong forging skills, and an understanding of production magic machines. Let me tell you, each of the Dwarven brothers in the workshop is our new flyer's most precious asset. You are much more important than those ice-cold machines." Hearing Su Yi's impassioned words, Canby, Bordeaux, and the other dwarves all revealed incomparably happy smiles. The dwarves were a simple and honest race. Since they came to New Flyer, they already knew in their hearts how Su Yi treated them. Now that Su Yi had such a high evaluation of their value and admitted how precious they were, it made them very happy and proud from the bottom of their hearts. "Engineer?" Another dwarf named Elim chewed on this word and revealed a happy smile. "Chairman, although I don't know what this word means, it sounds very powerful and I like it. All right, when I introduce myself to others in the future, I'll tell them that I am a dwarf engineer." Su Yi laughed. "To be more accurate, I should be a dwarf mechanical engineer." "Oh no, a dwarf magic mechanical engineer." The dwarves looked at each other before breaking out in laughter. "Right, we are all dwarf magic mechanical engineers." Chapter 114. Because it involved the design of many new magic presses, Su Yi, Canby, and the other dwarves' meeting went on for a long time. It didn't even end when it was time to get off work. When they finally decided on the preliminary plan and the meeting was over, Su Yi walked out of the workshop and found that it was already night outside. It was already December, and the cold of winter had already arrived. When night fell, the temperature outside had naturally become very cold. Suddenly coming out of the workshop that was very warm because of the magic air conditioner, Su Yi was hit by the cold wind outside, and he couldn't help shivering. The dwarves that came out with him didn't seem strange at all. Although they weren't wearing as much as Su Yi, they were all filled with energy and didn't seem cold at all. Canby excitedly stood on his tiptoes to pat Su Yi's shoulder as he said with a loud laugh, "Chairman, your human bodies are too weak. I think that you should strengthen your training and not be like those human magicians who could be blown away by a gust of wind." Su Yi looked at Canby's body that was twice as thick as him with a bitter smile and shook his head. "Forget it. I can't compare to you dwarves with your natural talents no matter how I train. It's better if I put on some more clothes when I go back." Canby searched his chest and took out a bottle to throw to Su Yi. "Here, there's still half a bottle of good wine that I haven't finished yet. You'll be warm after drinking 2 mouthfuls." Su Yi took the bottle and sniffed it, smelling a strong wine fragrance. He couldn't help knitting his brows as he said, "Canby, didn't I say that you weren't allowed to drink at work? Why are you carrying a bottle of wine with you?" Canby scratched his head and snickered. "Don't worry. With so many brothers watching me, I won't violate the rules. I'm just carrying this bottle of wine with me and taking a sip when I get off work. Relax, there won't be any delays." Su Yi helplessly shook his head. In his mind, it was obviously impossible for these dwarves who were addicted to alcohol to completely abstain from drinking. It was already extremely rare for Canby to exert so much effort to restrain himself. Unscrewing the cap, he raised his head and took a sip. Sure enough, he felt a burning sensation rush from his throat to his stomach. A moment later, the alcohol evaporated from his stomach, and the heat came out bit by bit. Su Yi exhaled a breath of alcohol and felt much more comfortable. He waved his hand to the dwarves and strode out of the factory. When he came to a dark place outside the factory that wasn't covered by the lights, Su Yi finally remembered. Because he had specially ordered the 2 horse carriages outside the factory to be prepared for the magicians to use, now there wasn't a single one left. Moreover, it was already night time, so there wouldn't be any horse carriages passing by in this remote place. So Su Yi looked around and was depressed to find that he could only walk back to Banta City. It was a good thing that Banta City wasn't that far from here. Su Yi gave a bitter laugh and took another sip of wine. After raising his spirits, he walked back to Banta City with large strides. Before he walked that far, Su Yi suddenly stopped. His confused eyes suddenly became sharp. "Who? Come out." Su Yi coldly shouted into the darkness beside him. In the shadows of the trees to the left, there was a strange distortion in space as a person slowly walked out. Su Yi used the moonlight to look over and saw that person's slender figure, as well as the long, sharp ears on both sides of her head. "Young Miss Agnes? Why is it you?" Su Yi asked in a surprised voice. This fellow who had suddenly appeared was actually the female elf Agnes. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Agnes' body was covered in a faint glow. It made her seem like a dream, as if she wasn't a real person at all. Su Yi knew that this was a special trait of the elves. The elves were known as the people of the goddess of moonlight alone, so they would receive special blessings under the moonlight. For example, the glow around Agnes' body could offset a large portion of magic and physical damage, as well as making Agnes' body more agile and light. All the races of the signs believed that challenging an elf of the same level in the forest under the moonlight was no different from seeking death. And challenging an elf in the forest under the moonlight, that fellow must be crazy. Thinking of this, Su Yi looked at Agnes with a trace of vigilance. Although he had just passed the 5th level exam and was now a 5th level magician, from the first time he saw Agnes, she could use the Elven Shadow concealment spell. Her strength was only stronger than Su Yi's. If she suddenly wanted to harm Su Yi, perhaps Su Yi would be in a terrible situation. It was a good thing Agnes didn't show any hostility. After walking out of the shadows, she even gave Su Yi a standard elf greeting. "Hello, Chairman Su. Under the light of Alun, I sincerely express my happiness for your return." Su Yi was stunned. Agnes actually used Alun's name to express her feelings. It could be seen that she was truly happy. But why? Why was Agnes this happy when he came back? "Because I've been waiting for you for a week," Agnes replied. Su Yi was even more confused. "It's only been a week. To you elves, this is not much different from us humans blinking." "Yes, but to our clansmen who are deeply troubled by the water problem, even a minute is too long." A trace of sadness appeared on Agnes' almost perfect face. This kind of emotion was very rare for the elves. Before leaving the tribe, the river through the forest had already stopped flowing, so our clansmen's lives have become very difficult. Sue looked at the expression on Agnes' face and couldn't help asking, could it be that you didn't think of another way to solve this? Since you live in the falling rainforest, your water source shouldn't only depend on the river, right? Agnes gently shook her head. There was no problem at first, but since the river began to dry up, the forest was also affected. Now there are many trees in the falling rainforest that have begun to wither. The great elder said that if this continues, the entire falling rainforest will disappear. If that happens, we will be forced to move. Sue really wanted to say, move then move. It's not like it's that big of a deal. But seeing the sad expression on Agnes' face, he thought of the legendary elves' love and obsession for their homeland, so he didn't say these words. All right, young Miss Agnes, from the situation you described, if it wasn't for the falling rainforest being attacked by the legendary forbidden curse, then there is only one reason for it to suddenly become like this, which is that the ecology of the upper reaches of the river has been destroyed. The ecosystem has been destroyed? What does that mean? Agnes doubtfully looked at Sue. Sue patted his head. He thought that the word ecosystem was a very trendy word even on Earth, not to mention on the signs. This thing is very complicated and can't be explained in a short period of time. Didn't your tribe send people upstream to take a look? I can guarantee that the upper reaches of the river must have suffered serious water and soil erosion. Oh, you probably don't know this word. To put it simply, there shouldn't be any trees or vegetation on the upper reaches of the river. Most of the original soil probably turned into sand and then was washed down by the river. Finally, the sediment accumulated at the bottom of the river and finally caused the river to change its course or even stop flowing. Am I right? Hearing Sue say his guess in one breath, Agnes' eyes gradually lit up as she looked at Sue. Chairman Sue, you clearly haven't gone there. So how do you know this clearly? Agnes shouted in a pleasantly surprised voice. I only made a simple guess based on what you said. Sue said with a shrug. Agnes immediately asked with an expectant look, then you must have a way to solve this, right? I don't dare guarantee this. Sue gave a bitter laugh. Solving the problem of changing course due to erosion was a thorny problem even on the highly industrialized Earth, not to mention the low technological level of the signs. But didn't you give me a blueprint last time? After the elders saw it, they all said that this method should be able to solve the problem we encountered. So you must have a method, right? But you even rejected my request to investigate your tribe. How do you want me to help you? Sue, he spread his hands and said. Agnes paused for a second before suddenly kneeling down on one knee. She lowered her head and gave a very serious bow to Sue. She used a very serious tone to say, Chairman Sue, please forgive me for offending you before. After I brought your request back last time, the elders decided to agree to your request and allow you to go to our tribe for an on-site inspection. So now I'm seriously asking you, can you take a trip back to the tribe with me and help us solve the problem we encountered and save our tribe and people? After saying this, Agnes raised her head and looked at Sue with an expectant look. Her eyes were filled with hope. The moonlight shined on Agnes' face, and that white and perfect face was covered in the soft light. It made her release a mysterious and beautiful charm that almost made Sue agree. Although I'm very willing to help you, but look, I just came back from Ambalmar City, and there's still a bunch of things waiting for me to take care of, so I can't leave it all. How long will it take you to take care of the matters here? Agnes immediately asked. Sue rubbed his chin. That's hard to say. There are some things that are hard to take care of, and I'm not sure how long it will take. Agnes' eyes dimmed, and after thinking about it, she begged again. Chairman Sue, I sincerely hope that you can help us. If you need a reward, the elders have already made their decision. As long as you can help us solve this problem, no matter what reward you need, as long as we can afford it, we will definitely agree. Can you give yourself to me as a reward? Sue couldn't help making a joke. Who would have thought that Agnes would only hesitate a bit before seriously nodding? All right. Sue helplessly rolled his eyes and gave a sigh. He reached out to help Agnes up and threw away his teasing thoughts. He looked at Agnes and seriously said, "Young Miss Agnes, you have to believe that I have the idea of helping you solve your problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specially given the blueprint to Chief Monto and had him give it to you." Agnes softly nodded. "That's right. It's because of this that I came looking for you." "That's good. Then I'll seriously tell you that although I want to immediately help you solve your problem, I do have many important things to take care of. Moreover, to solve the problem you've encountered is not something that can be solved in a day or two. I need to make some preparations before I can go to your tribe for an on-site inspection. Then, I can determine the solution according to the actual situation. Do you understand what I mean?" Agnes kept nodding. "Yes, I understand. But Chairman Sue, may I ask how long it will take for you to come with me to my tribe? I really can't give you an accurate answer to this, but I think that within this year, I should have time to go. Are you satisfied with this answer?" "Within this year?" Agnes blinked her beautiful eyes that were as black as a child's. After thinking about it, she said with a faint smile, "All right. If it was a human, they would say something like, 'I hope you don't break your promise.' But Agnes only said a simple, 'all right.' It was like she completely believed that Sue would keep his promise. Sue sighed in his heart before saying to Agnes, "Since it's like this, then young Miss Agnes will temporarily agree on this. When I'm done with the urgent matters here, I'll send a message to Chief Monto and have him pass it on to you or your clansmen. I ask you to patiently wait for my news." After saying this, he waved his hand at Agnes and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, Sue was surprised to find that Agnes was still following behind him, not looking like she was leaving at all. Sue turned to look at her. "Young Miss Agnes, why are you still following me? Didn't we agree on this? You can return to your tribe right now and come find me when I send a message to Chief Monto." Agnes softly shook her head. "The order the elders gave me was for me to go back to the tribe with you. Since you can't go now, then I can only stay by your side for now. When you decide to go, we'll set off together." Sue pointed at himself and said in a voice of disbelief, "Your meaning is that you're planning on staying by my side during this time?" Agnes nodded with a serious expression. "Yes." Sue couldn't help patting his head. This elven girl, is she actually a single-celled idiot? Chapter 115. Do. With a knock on the door, a collie's round face peeked out from behind the door. Seeing that it was Sue standing outside, a collie's expression became a bit unnatural. After pausing for a bit, she said with a smile, "Sir Chairman, you're back." Sue nodded and looked into the room. "How is it? Is Vivian still all right?" "The first thing you ask about after coming back is Vivian," a collie muttered as she moved to the side. "Come in, Vivian is upstairs. She shouldn't be sleeping yet. I'll go call her down." Seeing a collie run up the stairs, Sue turned around to look behind him, but he didn't find Agnes' figure. It seemed like this female elf should be using a shadow concealment spell to hide herself again. Thinking of how she had been following behind him the entire time, Sue couldn't help hitting his head with a headache. The elves were stubborn, and this Agnes was especially stubborn. No matter what Sue said, she wasn't willing to leave Sue Yi's side. It was like if she left, Sue would disappear without a trace. Sue Yi's persuasion was useless, his threats were useless, and he couldn't get rid of her even if he wanted to. In the end, he could only helplessly accept this reality. It was a good thing that Agnes didn't like showing herself in front of others and could use a shadow concealment spell to hide herself, so it wouldn't affect Sue too much. Shaking his head, Sue walked in and found that the living room was actually neat and tidy. It wasn't as messy as it was when he came here before. Seeing a collie run down the stairs again, Sue couldn't help asking her in surprise, "Hey, a collie, did you change your personality? You've actually learned how to clean up the house." A collie looked at Sue with a bit of hidden bitterness and gave a soft snort. "Isn't it because Sir Chairman always says that I don't clean up the house? If my words are so useful, then that's great." Sue laughed and suddenly felt that something was not quite right. After thinking for a while, he looked up and found that there was a transparent yellowish cylinder hanging on the roof of the living room with a ribbon. There seemed to be something in the transparent cylinder that was emitting a strong light. However, after being filtered by the cylinder, the light was dyed a mild yellow. The reason why Sui felt that something was wrong was because he suddenly remembered that it was clearly night outside, but the room was very bright, as if it was daytime. If they relied on candles for illumination, they definitely wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. Looking at the light yellow cylinder, Sui couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Hey, you've actually succeeded in your research." Akali narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "That's right, President. This is our newly developed magic lamp. What do you think?" Sui raised his hand and found that the magic lamp was hanging very high and he couldn't reach it. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should find a foothold to take down the magic lamp for a good look, a soft laugh came from the stairs and Evita's voice sounded. "Chairman, if you want to see the magic lamp, why don't you look at the one in my hand?" Sui turned around and his eyes lit up. On the stairs, Evita was walking down. Perhaps it was because it was late, but she was wearing a loose nightgown. Although it covered her figure tightly, it added a sense of laziness, which was another kind of charm. What attracted Sui's gaze the most was the glowing thing that Evita was holding in her hands. This thing had a round wooden base and a light purple transparent glass cover at the top. Right now, the glass cover was releasing a light that wasn't very strong. Because it was covered by the glass cover, only a faint light purple light could be seen. It covered Evita, who was holding it, and gave Evita a mysterious aura. Sui took a look and was pleasantly surprised. "Evita, you've even solved the problem of the magic array strength?" Evita revealed a faint smile and didn't answer Sui's question. Instead, she moved to the side and revealed Vivian, who was hiding behind her. Seeing Vivian's shy expression under the light purple light, Sui couldn't help being surprised. "Vivian, why are you hiding behind Evita? What? Could it be that you don't recognize me after not seeing me for more than 10 days? Vivian quickly shook her head and looked at Evita. Seeing Evita nod at her with an encouraging expression, she hesitated before moving down the stairs and slowly coming to Sui's side. Before she came to Sui's side, her expression seemed to be very nervous. When she came to Sui's side, she suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and her expression relaxed. Sui looked at her in surprise, and he couldn't help reaching out to touch her forehead. "You don't have a fever. I say, Vivian, what's wrong with you?" Vivian's face, that was already a bit red from the shower, became even redder as she forcefully shook her head. It's really hard to guess the thoughts of a little girl. Sui could only mutter in his heart as he turned to wave at Evita and Akali. "Come, Evita, bring the magic lamp in your hand over for me to see. Akali, bring out the results of your research over the past few days. I want to see how far your research has progressed." When Evita came over with the crystal lamp, Sui didn't hesitate to have Evita take apart the magic lamp. As expected, he found a very familiar magic array at the base of the magic lamp. But looking closely, he found that this magic array was quite different from the one on the base of the magic crystal that Sui had spent money to buy, or the magic array that Evita had drawn from her memories. It was clear that Evita and the others had made improvements to this magic array. Sui looked at it for a while and found a difference in this magic array. Above the magic array, there was a dense layer of thin weeds. Sui carefully observed it and recognized that even though the weeds had changed color, they were still fluorescent grass. Sui thought for a bit and reached out to lightly press on the fluorescent grass. He found that under his light press, the thin fluorescent grass broke in several places. Evita saw Sui's actions and wanted to stop him, but was too late. Seeing Sui break a few fluorescent grass, she revealed a bitter smile. "Chairman, did you find a problem?" Sui glanced at her and nodded. "This is a very common problem. It's not hard to find. You didn't think of a solution?" Evita helplessly shook her head. Even though the fluorescent grass can perfectly emit light, it is still withered grass. It is very weak. No matter what we think of, it is hard to guarantee that it won't be destroyed by external forces. So you see, whether it is the magic lamp hanging from the ceiling or the magic lamp in my hand, they're all covered with glass, so that the fluorescent grass won't be damaged by external forces. Sui nodded. This idea is not bad, but the problem is that it has too many limitations. Also, we don't have a way to take the air out of the glass or inject some inert gas to prevent the material from oxidizing. This kind of design won't be able to last for long. Evita looked at Sui blankly. She didn't understand what Sui meant by taking the air out, injecting inert gas, and preventing the material from oxidizing. But she knew that Sui wouldn't speak nonsense, so she didn't raise any objections. Instead, she silently noted down everything that Sui said. At this time, Akali had already brought over their research materials. Sui took them and began to seriously read through them. The materials were very thick, and Sui looked through them very seriously, so it took him a full hour to finish reading them. When he finished, Sui closed his eyes and thought for a bit before saying to the two, "I found that you two overlooked a very important problem." Evita and Akali were startled at the same time. What problem? Sui got up and walked to the table. He touched the magic lamp that Evita had just taken apart and took out all the fluorescent grass. Then he had Akali bring over a small bowl and poured the broken fluorescent grass into it. He then used a spoon to grind them into powder. Seeing Sui's actions, Akali asked in astonishment, "Sir Chairman, you can't be thinking that the fluorescent grass powder can also absorb the lightning in a magic formation to emit light, right? Why not?" Sui asked back and pointed at the materials on the side. "Did you notice that there is a description about the fluorescent grass? It says that even after the fluorescent grass withered, it can still absorb lightning and emit light?" "That's right. That's why we can use the fluorescent grass for this experiment. If we had to use living fluorescent grass, then we wouldn't even be able to develop these two magic lamps." "But Sir Chairman, what does this have to do with what you think? Withered fluorescent grass is still fluorescent grass, but grinding it into powder is a completely different matter, right?" Akali asked in confusion. Evita also had a face full of doubt, thinking that Sui was being a bit whimsical. Sui faintly smiled. Since the withered fluorescent grass has the property of storing lightning and releasing light slowly, then this clearly has nothing to do with the vitality of the fluorescent grass, but rather the material of the fluorescent grass that determines this property. Since it's like this, there shouldn't be much difference between the formed fluorescent grass and the powdered fluorescent grass. Since it's theoretically possible, why don't we do an experiment? The so-called experiment is to find a way to succeed from 10,000 failures. Hearing this, Evita and Akali couldn't help nodding at the same time, deep in thought. At this time, Sui had already completely crushed the fluorescent grass. Following this, he had Evita set up a lightning flash array on the table and then carefully scattered the fluorescent grass powder according to the path that Evita and Akali had researched. When everything was ready, Sui looked at the nervous Evita and Akali. He smiled and extended a finger, sending out a trace of magic. With a flash of lightning, the lightning flash array was instantly activated. A moment later, a weak light was emitted from the fluorescent grass powder covering the array. In the blink of an eye, it gradually brightened up, illuminating all the dark places on the table and also illuminating the happy smiles of the three people around the table. Chapter 116. When Sui returned home, it was already late at night. Perhaps it was because she was back in a familiar environment, but when he entered the door, Vivian, who was sleeping soundly on Sui's back, was startled awake. After being in a daze, Vivian immediately woke up and struggled to jump off Sui's back. She lowered her head and said apologetically, "Sorry, master. You had to carry me back." Sui rubbed her head and asked, "How is it? Have you been living well with Evita and Akali these days?" Vivian immediately smiled and nodded. It's been very good. Big Sister Evita and Big Sister Akali are very good to me. Big Sister Steel always comes to see me and buys me new clothes. Master, look, the clothes I'm wearing right now were bought by Big Sister Steel. Sui's gaze swept over the thick cotton jacket Vivian was wearing. No wonder. I was wondering why I didn't buy you these clothes, so it was bought by Steel. Vivian, it seems like letting them take care of you was the right choice. Why don't you live with them in the future? They're so good to you anyway. Vivian froze for a moment before two streams of tears came out of her eyes. Master, you don't want me anymore? Sui didn't think that his casual joke would make Vivian cry. He hurriedly wiped away her tears and said anxiously, "It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously." "Is that so? Master, didn't you not want me anymore?" Although the sadness on her face had eased, Vivian's expression was still filled with unease. Seeing her pitiful eyes that were like an abandoned animal, Sui sighed in his heart. He thought that he wasn't paying attention. Vivian had been a slave since she was young and had always lived an unstable and insecure life. Now that she finally had a few days of stability, of course she would pay special attention to it. Perhaps it was just a casual joke, but in her eyes, it was a terrifying fact that was very likely to happen. Naturally, it would cause an intense reaction. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I was just joking." Sui patted her head and comforted her in an affirmative tone. Then he handed the magic lamp that Evita had given him to Vivian. "Turn on the lights. You've been with Evita and Akali for the past few days, so you should know what to do, right?" Hearing Sui's instructions, Vivian wiped away her tears, took the magic lamp, and walked into the house. Seeing the light in the room light up, Sui turned around to look at the darkness outside the door. He slightly raised his voice and shouted, "Young Miss Agnes, come out." The space on the left twisted and Agnes' figure appeared. "Chairman Sui, what can I do for you? Did you change your mind and prepare to return to the tribe with me?" Agnes' voice had a trace of pleasant surprise. "I'm very sorry I've disappointed you." Sui shook his head. "I just want to ask you, how are you planning on spending the night?" "Spending the night?" Agnes didn't think that Sui would ask this question, so her voice was a bit surprised. "Spending the night here." "It's here." Sui had a look of disbelief. "You wouldn't be planning on spending the night outside, right? In this cold weather, you're not afraid of freezing to death?" Agnes took off the cloak covering her head and tilted her head to look at Sui with a face filled with curiosity. "Chairman Sui, are you worried about me?" "That's right. I'm worried about you." Sui snappily replied. "Although I feel that it's troublesome for you to follow me like this, I can't just watch a little girl like you sleep on the streets, right? Come in. Although my place isn't big, it's not a problem for you to sleep here." Agnes hesitated a bit before following Sui into the room. When she walked to Sui's side, Agnes suddenly thought of something and said to Sui, "Chairman Sui, I'm already 74 years old this year, so I'm much older than you. You shouldn't call me a little girl." Sui was instantly amused. He turned to look at Agnes and said in a voice that was a bit angry and a bit funny, "According to the standards of you elves, 74 years old is equal to us humans in our teens, right? I'm a 27-year-old human. Is there a problem with me calling you a little girl?" Agnes actually seriously thought for a bit before nodding. "That's reasonable. All right, you can call me a little girl." Sui was defeated by Agnes' stubbornness and seriousness as an elf. He could only shake his head and not continue this topic with her. Walking into the room, Vivian had already lit up the magic lamp. The light green light was released, and the entire room was covered in a layer of green. Seeing the magic lamp on the table, Agnes' expression was a bit surprised. Looking around the magic lamp, she said in a surprised voice, "Chairman Sui, you humans really are the most creative race, actually being able to create this kind of thing. It's just like the moonlight flowers our tribe uses to light up the night. Don't you elves have strong night vision? Why do you need moonlight flowers to light up the night?" Sui asked. Agnes shook her head. "Not every elf has strong night vision abilities. The older elves have weaker bodies, and their night vision is also very poor, so they still need the moonlight flowers and a loon to look after them." "Chairman Sui, what is this thing that looks like moonlight flowers called?" "This thing is called a magic lamp." "What, are you interested?" Sui was a bit surprised. Agnes nodded. I like its appearance very much. Of course, it would be better if it was a bit more beautiful." "You don't think it's beautiful enough?" Sui looked at the magic lamp on the table in confusion. Since this magic lamp was specially given to him by Evita, of course Evita thought it was the best-looking one. The entire magic lamp was very beautiful and well-made. In Sui's eyes, it was simply a work of art. If Agnes didn't think it was beautiful enough, then her request was a bit too high. But thinking about it, Sue remembered that the elves were known for their elegance and beauty. Elven things would always be described as exquisite and beautiful. The items passed down from the Elven Empire thousands of years ago. Each one of them was considered a supreme art treasure. Any one of them would sell for a shocking price of several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Thinking of this, Sue couldn't help curiously asking Agnes, "Where do you think this magic lamp isn't beautiful? If you were to design it, what would you make it look like?" Agnes was a bit surprised by Suyi's question. She turned around to look at him and then looked at the magic lamp on the table. Thinking about it, she reached out a slender finger and waved it twice in the air before stopping and helplessly saying, "I can't tell you." "Then isn't it simple?" Sue turned to Vivian, who was stunned by the strange woman with long ears that suddenly appeared in the room, and said, "Vivian, go and take out your brush and drawing board for Agnes." Vivian replied in a daze. She returned to her room and took out a brush and drawing board for Agnes. After Agnes took the brush and drawing board, she didn't immediately start drawing. She looked over Vivian and then turned to Sue to ask, "Chairman Sue, this little human girl, is she your daughter?" Sue almost fell down. "I'm only 27. How could I have such a big daughter?" "Then is she your wife?" Sue helplessly patted his head. "I really don't understand what you elves are thinking. Vivian is still this young. How could she be my wife?" "Oh, then I understand. She is your little sister, right?" Agnes seemed like she still cared about the answer to this question and kept asking. "All right, just treat her as my little sister. Don't worry about this. Quickly draw what you think. I really want to see what you think a beautiful magic lamp should look like." Sue urged. Agnes finally replied and put away her brush and drawing board. After thinking for a bit, she began to draw on the drawing board. There was a saying on the signs that every elf was an artist. Sue had only heard of this saying before, but now that he saw Agnes draw, he immediately felt that this saying wasn't false. With just a few strokes, a clear outline of the magic lamp appeared on the drawing board. After a while, the entire magic lamp appeared on the drawing board as if it was alive. Finally, Agnes added a few more touches, and a unique and incomparably beautiful magic lamp was drawn perfectly. Sue looked at the drawing on the drawing board and couldn't help sighing in praise. Even if Agnes' drawing speed and finesse wasn't mentioned, just the drawing itself was already very beautiful. Although the general shape was similar to the magic lamp on the table, Agnes had her own unique understanding of the overall structure. At the same time, she made some small changes. The finished magic lamp was not only beautiful, it was also incomparably delicate. It made people look at it, and they couldn't help being shocked. This was simply a work of art. With just a glance, Sue firmly believed that if the final magic lamp had this kind of beautiful appearance, it would definitely arouse everyone's desire to buy it. Just based on this appearance, the price of the magic lamp would increase by several times. Suyi's eyes looking at Agnes instantly filled with passion. This female elf, she was simply a natural-born designer. But this time, Vivian on the side suddenly spoke in a timid voice. "Master, this kind of magic lamp doesn't seem right." Chapter 117. Hearing Vivian's words, Agnes looked at her with a bit of doubt, but she didn't say anything. Sue curiously asked back with a bit of expectation, "Why can't it work?" "Vivian, can you see where it can't work?" Sue indeed had a lot of expectations for Vivian, because ever since he accidentally found out that Vivian had talent in designing mechanical products, he directly sent Vivian to Baron Ricto Magic Academy to learn how to draw. He wanted to dig out her talent in this area. Now that he saw that she had a different opinion on the beautiful magic lamp that Agnes had drawn, Sue was not surprised at all. Rather, he was very excited. "This?" Vivian looked at Agnes. Seeing that this big sister with a pair of long ears who looked like an elf from the legends didn't reveal any dissatisfaction, she hesitantly pointed at the magic lamp on the painting. She pointed at the beautiful base and said, "If it's like this base, then there's no way to inlay the magic array on it." Sue looked at where Vivian was pointing and thought for a bit before finding that Vivian was completely right. This magic lamp structure was something that Evita thought of herself because she didn't study the related design and only designed it based on her own requirements. So there were many places that she didn't consider or she didn't have the relevant knowledge at all. This magic lamp's current appearance was something that Evita had decided on after many experiments, so she didn't consider much room for expansion. With Agnes' changes, there were immediately problems. The most important problem was that the base's design was perfect for inlaying the magic array, but with Agnes' changes, the space left on the base was much smaller, and there was no way to inlay the same magic array on it. In other words, this kind of design was a complete failure. He looked at Vivian and couldn't help nodding his head in praise. She was actually able to see through the most important and crucial part of this appearance at a glance. It was enough to show that she really had talent in this area. Very good, Vivian, you're very right. He praised. Then according to your thoughts, how should this magic lamp be changed? I think it's best to change it this way. Perhaps it was Suyi's encouragement that gave her courage, but Vivian directly took the drawing board from Agnes' hands and drew a new magic lamp design on another piece of paper. He had to admit that the elves were indeed gifted in art. Although Vivian had some talent in drawing and had even studied at Baron Richter Magic Academy for a period of time, the painting she drew now was very vivid and lifelike, but it was slightly inferior in terms of impression. But compared to Agnes, who only gave a simple drawing, Vivian not only gave a drawing, she also gave a design of the internal structure, making it look more intuitive. And this came from Suyi's guidance to Vivian. After Vivian finished drawing, Sui immediately praised her generously. Good. Vivian, your drawing is amazing. In Vivian's design, she had considered the overall design of the magic lamp. Not only did she leave enough space for the magic array, she also left some empty spaces to change. Other than this, in the design of the glass cover, Vivian had also considered the problem of the light. She had cleverly changed the top part of the glass cover into a curved, opaque mirror. Although it was impossible to see the specific effect from the design, this design showed that she had considered the problem of the light source. This was something Sui had not taught her, and Evita and Akali had not thought of it. So it could be seen that this was her own idea. Receiving Suyi's praise, Vivian couldn't help revealing a proud expression. When she looked at Agnes, she slightly raised her head. Agnes didn't notice Vivian's small movements and carefully looked at the design Vivian had drawn. She shook her head. No, this isn't beautiful enough. Suyi's heart skipped a beat, and he gave the design to her. Then Agnes, follow this and try changing it according to the standards you have in your heart. Is that all right? Agnes looked at Vivian. Vivian hesitated a bit. Although she was a bit unwilling, she still obediently nodded. So Agnes quickly finished a new design. This time she even made a few changes to the design Vivian had given her. After the changes, the design did indeed look a lot more beautiful and exquisite. Even Vivian, who was originally a little unconvinced, had to admit this point. But soon, Vivian discovered a few more problems and pointed them out without hesitation. Then, she drew a new design. Agnes gave her opinion on the design again and drew a new design. Vivian also found a few small problems, so she drew a new design. Agnes, the morning of the next day, Sui woke up on time. When he walked out of the room, he saw the designs scattered all over the living room. Agnes and Vivian were both sleeping on the table in the living room. Looking at the exhaustion on their sleeping faces, it was likely that they had fallen asleep very late. Sui couldn't help shaking his head. Last night, he saw Agnes and Vivian arguing, so he wisely chose to retreat and go to sleep first. But looking at their current appearance, they might have been tossing and turning for an entire night. Sui looked at Agnes' beautiful face and couldn't help revealing a smile. It was fine if it was Vivian, but Agnes called herself 74 years old and still had the same temper. She even had the nerve to not let him call her a little girl. Sui carefully looked over the designs on the table, and he couldn't help giving a sigh of praise in his heart. Based on the situation of these blueprints, the two of them had gradually reached a consensus. In the end, not only were the magic lamps on the blueprints beautiful, they were also close to perfect. Even Sui couldn't see any problems with them. This kind of magic lamp design could already be considered a success, or it could be considered an excellent design. So he casually took one out. He thought that if he made the magic lamp on it, it would attract the interest of most people. Not mentioning anything else, just based on this outstanding design, it was worth spending money to buy it. Looking at Agnes and Vivian, who were still sleeping, Sue revealed a faint smile. This really was wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. When Sue entered the household magic machine workshop, he found that the magicians he hired yesterday had already started working. This was his first time seeing a magician drawing a magic array in the workshop in the morning. So Sue wasn't used to seeing this. The Baron Richter Magic Academy students he hired before only came in the afternoon when they didn't have classes or when they were on vacation. Of course, their working hours couldn't compare to these full-time magicians. Moreover, Sue watched from the side for a bit and found that these magicians had a deeper understanding of magic arrays compared to the students. The students took around half an hour to finish the small frost array and the small flame array on the variable temperature magic air conditioner. Although these magicians had varying levels of skill, each one of them could reduce this time to around 20 minutes. This was their first day working, so they weren't very familiar with it. If they were familiar enough, they might have been able to reduce the time to around 10 minutes. The efficiency was higher, and the working hours were longer. In comparison, the effect of hiring these magicians was far greater than that of hiring students. Regarding this situation, the happiest one was, of course, Heinz. The household magic machine workshop's progress had always been limited by the efficiency of the magic arrays, and because the ones doing this were all students of the Baron Richter Magic Academy, there was no way to ask them to increase their efficiency without caring about their studies. Even with Sue Yi's recruitment, there weren't enough students who came to work here. This caused the household magic machine workshop's production to be unable to keep up, which made Heinz sigh. Moreover, the bigger problem was that as Sue kept having the magic machine workshop develop new magic machines, as well as improving the magic machines from before, the efficiency of the workers in the household magic machine workshop gradually increased. It even reached 2 or 3 times the initial efficiency. Correspondingly, the efficiency of the students drawing magic arrays was limited by their magic power, so they couldn't increase it at all. So like this, there was a phenomenon that Heinz felt helpless about. That was that when the workers finished making the magic rice cooker, magic air conditioner, and other parts, they had to wait for the students to draw the magic arrays before they could assemble them. This had a large impact on their efficiency. Now that these magicians had been hired, although there were only 9 of them, based on their efficiency, it was equal to 30 students. They had solved Heinz's urgent problem and allowed the workshop to operate more smoothly, greatly increasing their efficiency. It was no wonder that when he saw Sue his face bloomed with a smile. Sue I think that you don't need to recruit more magicians at all. As long as these people become skilled, we might not even need to hire those students. Sue looked at Heinz, who was a bit pleased with himself, and thought that this fellow's pettiness wouldn't change in this lifetime. Not to mention that these 9 magicians could leave at any time. Even if it was for the future development of the company, they still needed to recruit large amounts of magicians. Other than completing the simple work of drawing magic arrays, the more important thing was to research the magic arrays used in the magic machines. Not mentioning anything else, just based on the changes that great magician Camilla and Still's group had made to the magic array of the variable temperature magic air conditioner, it had shrunk the appearance of the variable temperature magic air conditioner by half, reducing the cost of the magic air conditioner by a third. If there wasn't this change, Sue Yi's estimated profit of the magic air conditioner would be around 13 to 15 gold coins per unit. But with this change, the profit had increased to close to 20 gold coins per unit. As the magic air conditioner became popular among the nobles and rich people of Banda City and the surrounding cities, New Flyer had already received over 1,000 orders. In short, just based on a magic air conditioner, New Flyer had earned a large profit of close to 20,000 gold coins this winter. A third of this large profit came from this small change. This was the power of scientific research. Chapter 118. After leaving the household magic machine workshop, Su-Yi came to the magic machine workshop. After discussing it with Camby and the other dwarves, he quickly returned to his office with several blueprints. This office had already been expanded. Other than Su-Yi occasionally using it for work, there was another room that was specially set aside for Wella's research lab. Su-Yi opened the door and found that Wella was buried in a pile of materials, carefully reading through them. These materials were related to the magic machines New Flyer was currently producing. After Wella accepted Su-Yi's employment, Su-Yi didn't have her immediately research. Rather, he gave her a pile of materials to study first. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wella looked up. Seeing that it was Su-Yi, she gave him a simple nod and didn't greet him. Su-Yi was already used to her indifference, and since he signed the confidentiality agreement with her last time, it was even more obvious. Wella, how do you feel? Do you have a general idea of our new Flyers product designs? Su-Yi didn't care about her attitude and sat down in front of her as he asked this. Wella was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. I have a general idea. Chairman, after looking through these materials, I found that Rem and I didn't lose in the Leo Chamber of Commerce at all. Oh, why do you suddenly say this? Because the more I studied the materials you gave me, the more I found that in these magic machines, magic isn't the most important factor. Rather, the most important factor is the design and structure of the magic machines themselves. If it's just in terms of magic arrays, the magic arrays that Rem and I designed wouldn't lose to the magic arrays you designed. But when the power of these magic arrays is applied to the magic machines, because the design of the magic machines is too different, there's a large contrast. Su-Yi looked at Wella in surprise, but he couldn't help revealing a trace of admiration in his eyes. Although this was simple, other than great magician Camilla and Steele who had been studying it with Su-Yi, the other magicians didn't realize this at all. In everyone's thoughts, they felt that the magic machines were strong because of the use of magic. They completely ignored the powerful mechanical engineering knowledge that Su-Yi had brought from Earth. Wella was the first person to point this out in front of Su-Yi. Even if Steele and the others understood, they might not be able to point it out as clearly as Wella. Congratulations, Weena. Recognizing this means that you're a step closer to becoming a magic machine designer. Su-Yi said with a faint smile. Since you have this understanding, then I think I can really give you some practical work now. Su-Yi took out a blueprint from his bosom and handed it to Wella. This is the blueprint for a certain part of the roll forging magic press machine that I'm preparing to develop. What I need you to study is the magic array needed to power this part. Because the power source needed to be explosive, I felt that using explosive fire magic would be the most suitable choice. It's a good thing that you, Wella, are more proficient in fire magic, so I've decided to give this part to you to study. I've already written the specific requirements for this magic array on the blueprint, so you can study it with the design and parameters on the blueprint. Wella took the blueprint and was immediately shocked by the dense designs and numbers on the blueprint. She looked at the blueprint for a while before looking up to ask Su-Yi, Chairman, when you designed the magic fan before, you didn't use such a complicated blueprint, right? Of course. Su-Yi replied in a natural manner. The magic fan's technology is that low. How could it be compared to the roll forging magic press machine? You should know that there is only a simple revolving wind array on a magic fan. But on this roll forging magic press, there are a total of 11 magic arrays of 3 different grades in my preliminary design. Do you think it's the same? Wella looked at the blueprint in a daze before suddenly revealing a bitter smile. Chairman, I'm completely convinced of my loss. Su-Yi revealed a smile and tapped on the blueprint twice before saying with a serious look, I don't care if you're convinced or not, but you have to properly design this magic array. This is your first job in our company. Wella, I don't want you to mess it up. Wella looked at Su-Yi and gave a soft snort. Her eyes were filled with confidence again. Who do you think I am? ####. In order to finish the order for the 3,000 agricultural magic machines before the spring planting, Su-Yi was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground. After taking care of Wella's research, Su-Yi immediately left the factory and returned to Banda City. He first went to see Sanchali, who was worrying about the problem of setting the magic array ahead of time. After saying a few words to him, He immediately went to the small yard Evita and Akali lived in. After seeing the new design of the magic lamp that Agnes and Vivian had made, Evita and Akali both called out in surprise. "Sir President, who drew this painting? It's simply too beautiful." In her excitement, Akali even forgot to keep being cold to Sue-E. She pulled Sue-E's arm with a look of pleasant surprise as she exclaimed in surprise. Although Evita was more restrained than Akali, she still had an excited look on her face. "Yes, Chairman, this magic lamp is too beautiful. If there really was this kind of magic lamp, no matter how much it costs, I will definitely buy one," Evita said in a certain voice. "Are the two of you very interested in this magic lamp? You really want to buy it?" Sue-E asked. "Of course." The two nodded, replying in a certain voice. "This is simply a work of art." Evita suddenly revealed an embarrassed look. "Sir Chairman, since you had such a good design for the magic lamp, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me give you such an ugly magic lamp." No, that magic lamp isn't ugly at all. Moreover, the magic lamp in this drawing was modified from the magic lamp you designed." Sue-E quickly comforted her. "Other than that, I just got this drawing, so I didn't know about it before. Since the two of you are satisfied with the appearance of this magic lamp, it means that there is no need to worry about sales." "Very good. It's been happily decided. Our new flyer's next product for the public will be this magic lamp." "Great. I support you, Sir Chairman." Akali excitedly clapped her hands. "When this magic lamp is made, I will definitely buy one." Sue-E snappily rolled his eyes at her. "You are one of the designers of this magic lamp. Do you still need to buy one? Relax. When it's made, I'll make the decision to give you one." Akali gave a happy cheer and even hugged Sue-E's arm as she shook it. She didn't have the depressed look she had when facing Sue-E from before. Seeing Akali's exaggerated appearance and Evita's happy expression, Sue-E couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. He worked hard to design all those powerful magic machines, but in the eyes of these little girls, they couldn't even compare to a trivial magic lamp. After saying goodbye to Evita and Akali, Sue-E headed to Great Magician Camilla's tower. Although New Flyer already had the Academy of Magic consisting of Steel, Evita, Akali, Wella, and Sanchali, which was enough to research magic arrays for magic machines. In order for Sue-E to incorporate the small agricultural magic machines into the production line, he had to develop a series of magic forging presses. Compared to the simple, small magic forging presses that were used to make magic fans, magic rice cookers, and magic air conditioners, the magic forging presses that were used to make agricultural magic machines were much more complicated. Naturally, there were several times more magic arrays that needed to be researched. To finish this large amount of magic array research in a short period of time, it was impossible to just rely on Steel and the others. So Sue-E had already decided to ask for Great Magician Camilla's help when Camby and the others were discussing this. Putting aside the large amount of magic array research, the core of the magic forging presses required a very high driving force. So naturally, the corresponding magic arrays were also very high. Although Sue-E had calculated that a 5th grade or 6th grade magic array could satisfy this requirement, just to be safe, Sue-E still planned on giving this core research to Great Magician Camilla. If Sue-E proposed this much research work to Great Magician Camilla before, he would have definitely been reprimanded by Great Magician Camilla. But after receiving the real gold coins from New Flyer and receiving the extra reward for his research, Great Magician Camilla felt the benefits of helping Sue-E with his research. Gradually, he didn't reject the work that Sue-E proposed. Not to mention that while helping Sue-E with his research work, Great Magician Camilla had a new understanding of magic arrays and magic, which increased his magic power by quite a bit. So every time he saw Sue-E, Great Magician Camilla no longer had that look of deep regret like before. It was like he hated iron for not becoming steel, but rather he always had a smile on his face, looking very amiable. But when he saw Sue-E this time, Great Magician Camilla's expression didn't change. He looked at Sue-E, who came in and gave a cold snort. Sue-E was a bit confused. He had left Bana City for over 10 days, and this was his first time seeing Great Magician Camilla. so he shouldn't have done something to make him angry, right? Great Magician Camilla looked at the stunned Sue and gave another snort before saying in a deep voice, I thought that after you became a fifth-grade magician, your tail would be raised to the sky and you wouldn't even be willing to see me, but you still knew to come. Sue was even more confused. What did Great Magician Camilla mean? He had just arrived in the afternoon and came to see him the next morning, but he wasn't satisfied? Great Magician Camilla suddenly changed the topic. Kid, do you know that when Steele learned that you were coming back yesterday, she was happy for several days? She even cooked a few dishes yesterday and was waiting for you to come to my house for a meal. In the end, you ran to Evita and Akali's place as soon as you came back. What? Are those two girls prettier than Steele? Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that it wasn't Great Magician Camilla who had opinions about him, but rather he was speaking on behalf of Steele. But Steele was even more confused. The reason why he went to Evita and Akali's place was to bring Vivian, who had been with them for the past few days, home. It wasn't like Steele didn't know about this, so why would she be angry about this? Your Excellency, Great Magician, aren't you being insincere? Steele's charm isn't just known by everyone in Banda City. It has also spread to the surrounding cities. There are even many people who call her the Banda Goddess. If you say that she isn't beautiful, you're clearly lying through your teeth. Sui thought about it before replying with a few dry laughs. He quickly changed the topic and asked, That's right. How did you know that I was already a fifth-grade magician? Great Magician Camilla gave another cold snort. He pointed at a thick book on the table and said, Kid, you're famous now. Chapter 119. The famous that Great Magician Camilla mentioned was, of course, being famous in the magician circle. The thing on the table that looked like a magazine was the internal journal of the Sorcerers Guild. Only great magicians and archmagi would receive it regularly. So when Great Magician Camilla said that Sue was famous, it meant that many great magicians knew about him. There were only 27 archmagi and 500 great magicians in the signs, so strictly speaking, Sue was only known by 500 people. To be honest, he couldn't be considered famous at all. Idiot! Great Magician Camilla angrily glared at Sue. Archmagi and great magicians are the top people in the magician's circle. So if all the great magicians and archmagi know about you, that is equal to all the magicians on the continent knowing about you. Could it be that this isn't famous enough? Sue looked at Great Magician Camilla in surprise. Really? Why would I lie to you? Great Magician Camilla pointed at his feet. Great Magician Camilla pointed at the ground. As long as I'm willing, everyone in this magic tower will know about this. If they spread this news, all the magicians in Banda City and even the surrounding cities will know about this news. Let me tell you, this journal has an authoritative position in the hearts of all the magicians on the continent. Being able to appear in this journal, it's hard for you not to be famous. Sue scratched his chin, feeling a bit confused. Although it's rare to become a fifth-grade magician the first time, since this journal is this high class, I shouldn't be qualified to appear in it, right? Great Magician Camilla shook his head. Of course it's not, because you're a fifth-grade magician. Although there aren't many things like you, there are many magicians who participate in the exam each year, and there are some fellows who want to shock the world like you. So it isn't that strange. Moreover, this journal isn't like the Banda Times that only reports on gossip. It only reports on things related to magic. You being able to appear in this journal is actually related to the written test you took during the fifth-grade exam. Written test answers? Sue, you remembered the situation of the written test and was still a bit confused. Why don't I feel that there's anything special about the answers? You don't feel that it's special? Great Magician Camilla looked at Sue and asked this with a serious look. Seeing Great Magician Camilla's serious expression, Sue seriously thought about it before shaking his head. I don't. Great Magician Camilla's expression became a bit strange. Sue, it seems like I've underestimated your talent. Come, let me show you the magician's evaluation. Sue took the thick journal that Great Magician Camilla threw to him and turned to the 7th page according to his instructions. He found that the things written on this page were the magic array problems that he had encountered during the 5th grade exam. Sui noticed that the author of this article was named Gordon Eisenkel. This name was a bit familiar to Sui. Thinking about it, he remembered that when he had just started working at Great Magician Camilla's Magic Tower, Salsa had mentioned this name before. She said that he was the richest great magician in the Lampari Kingdom. And in this article, the richest great magician was praising the answers Sui left in the written exam. The magic arrays tested in the written test were only level 5 magic arrays. The questions posed were questions that extended from these magic arrays. Some specific requirements were put forward so that the magic arrays could be improved by the magicians taking the test. Sui had studied magic arrays to begin with, and in order to adapt to the requirements of the magic machines, he had spent most of his energy on changing the magic arrays to adapt to different requirements. So these questions were naturally a piece of cake for him. After the exam, the Sorcerer's Guild examiner had given Sui an evaluation that his answers had surpassed the standard of a 5th grade magician, so he was allowed to pass the exam and become a 5th grade magician. In this article, Great Magician Eisenkel had analyzed Sui's answers bit by bit, clearly explaining all the ideas that Sui had in his answers. This is completely a genius idea. By changing the arc of the array lines to change the density of the area where the magic array absorbs magic elemental energy, it can make a small change to the effect of the magic array. This is simply like making the magic array come alive. If we can spread this idea, we can even change any magic array as we wish, allowing the magic array to have the effect that we want it to have. I can say that Sui's research on magic arrays has already reached the realm of a master. Even I can't compare to him. Seeing Great Magician Eisenkel's generous praise, Sui's face turned a bit red. He had naturally thought of these answers, but he never thought that in the eyes of Great Magician Eisenkel, it would have such a shocking effect. It really was unexpected. After reading the article, Sui slightly knit his brows and asked Great Magician Camilla, "Your Excellency, Great Magician, are you familiar with this Great Magician Eisenkel?" Great Magician Camilla shook his head. "No, we only know each other's names." "Then why does he praise me this much? I don't think I'm worthy of his praise." Seeing him praise me as a genius in this article, I'm a bit embarrassed. There's no need to be embarrassed. After I saw the written test questions and your answers, I feel that his praise isn't exaggerated at all. Your creativity and ideas are indeed worthy of this praise. Great Magician Camilla said in an honest voice. I still maintain my previous point of view. If you are willing to wholeheartedly study magic, perhaps you will surpass me in the future. You might even become the first Archmagus of the Lampari Kingdom. Sui gave a dry laugh. Your Excellency, Great Magician, there's no need to talk about this topic. Great Magician Camilla gave a snort before saying, Of course, other than you being qualified to receive this kind of praise, I have to remind you, that fellow Eisenkel never does anything unnecessary, so you have to be careful. Sui slowly nodded. There was a saying, one who is unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Even if his answers in the written test were shocking, it was still a written test for a 5th grade magician. In a normal situation, it shouldn't have entered the eyes of a peak character like Great Magician Eisenkel. But Great Magician Eisenkel had singled out Sui's answers, writing a passionate article in this important internal journal of the Sorcerer's Guild, praising him. If one said that he didn't have any other goals, Sui wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But Sui was very curious. He was only a small 5th grade magician. What did he have that was worthy of this great magician's attention? Unless he cared about his status as the chairman of the new flyer? Sui thought for a bit and couldn't get an answer, so he could only put this question aside for now. He began to focus on the main reason he came to see Great Magician Camilla this time. Hearing that Sui wanted to develop a series of magic machines at once and was only given a single month, Great Magician Camilla couldn't help knitting his brows. Kid, you're not planning on giving me any time to study magic? Sui gave a helpless sigh. There's no other way. To complete His Majesty's order, I have to develop these magic machines. Otherwise, even if the dwarves went all out, They would only be able to complete the initial order of 3,000 small agricultural magic machines. If they want to complete the tens of thousands of agricultural magic machines that His Majesty wants, they might not be able to finish it in several years. Since you have to study it, of course it's better to do it as soon as possible. But these magic machines seem very complicated. Do you really think you can finish developing them in a single month? Great Magician Camilla doubtfully asked. Perhaps time is a bit tight, but I don't think it's a big problem. Sui paused before saying with a serious look, Your Excellency, Great Magician, it isn't just His Majesty who wants to realize his plan. I also want to do the same. If we can promote the agricultural magic machines during the harvest season, we can increase the kingdom's grain yield a season ahead of time. His Majesty is considering the citizens of the kingdom. Although I can't be that noble, I'm not willing to see people starve. Last time when I talked to Heinz about the turmoil in the kingdom, talking about how many people starve to death, a man like Heinz couldn't help shedding tears. I decided at that time to focus on developing magic machines that could increase the efficiency of agriculture. Great Magician Camilla was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. Your idea isn't bad. When you were invited to Satsuma Count's banquet a few days ago, Satsuma Count praised you in New Flyer. He said that with the help of the agricultural magic machines developed by New Flyer, large amounts of farmland near Bana City have been opened up. If nothing unexpected happens, Bana City's grain yield will greatly increase next year, and everyone will be able to fill their stomachs. Sui, do you know that because of this, Satsuma Count has given you and New Flyer a lot of support? Otherwise, New Flyer wouldn't have been able to develop this smoothly in Bana City. Sui nodded with a faint smile. The City Lord's people have taken care of me and my company. I'm very clear on this. Then he gave a laugh. But Your Excellency, Great Magician, since the City Lord supports me this much, shouldn't you also support me? Great Magician Camilla snappily looked at Sui. Don't think of using Satsuma Count to pressure me. It's no use. But since you want to speed up the production of the agricultural magic machines, I'll agree to this. This time not only me, I will also ask the entire Magic Tower to fully support you in researching the magic arrays for the magic forging machines. Sui was instantly filled with joy. With Great Magician Camilla's guarantee, he had over 80% confidence in researching the magic forging machines this time. Chapter 120. 2 days later, New Flyer's factory on the outskirts of Bana City welcomed a special guest. Young Miss 70, please take a look. These two workshops are our New Flyer's current factories, and the building that is currently under construction is our new magic machine workshop. According to the deadline manager Riley gave, it should be ready to use within the month. Sui stood in the square outside the workshop and introduced it to 70 beside him. When Wayne Riley on the side heard Sui mention his name, he immediately revealed a smile and said with a nod, Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be ready at the end of the month. 70 looked at the magic machine workshop that was less than 1,000 square meters, and then looked at the new workshop that was clearly 10 times bigger. She knit her brows and said, Such a large building, it can be finished in a single month? Even if it's finished, it can't be used this quickly, right? Chairman Sui, aren't you in too much of a rush? Sui gave a shrug. If it wasn't for Manager Riley insisting on guaranteeing the quality of the project and not tarnishing the Armor Guild's reputation, I would have even asked him to finish this project in the middle of the month. Manager Riley heard Sui unintentionally praise him and Manager Amra, so he was filled with joy. Based on how serious and respectful Sui was, although this young Miss 70 looked very young, she must be someone with quite a bit of status. If he could leave a good impression on her, whether it was Manager Riley or the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, it would be a good thing. Chairman Sui, although His Majesty's request is quite tight, I hope that you won't feel too much pressure because of this and cause an accident. If the workers are hurt because of this, His Majesty and I will feel unsettled. 70 looked at Sui with a sincere look. Sui was a bit surprised. He looked at 70 and found that her expression was very sincere, It didn't seem like she was being polite. After thinking about it, he said with a nod and a smile, "Relax, young Miss 70. I care very much about the safety of my workers. Also, I'm very confident in the abilities of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce and Manager Riley. There shouldn't be any accidents." Manager Riley immediately returned the favor. "Young Miss 70, you don't know this, but when it comes to the treatment of employees, New Flyer is the best. Not to mention that there isn't a single company in Urbana City that can compare. There isn't a single company in the entire Lampari Kingdom that can compare." "Oh." 70 looked at Manager Riley and asked in an interested voice, "What is the treatment of the New Flyer's employees? Why do you think it's so good?" Manager Riley glanced at Sue E. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he smiled and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Just the workers in New Flyer only have 8 hours a day. No other Chamber of Commerce can compare to this. 8 hours a day." 70 looked at Sue E. in surprise. "Chairman Sue, is this true?" Sue E. nodded with a faint smile. 70, of course, knew that Sue E. wouldn't lie to her about something that could be easily found out, so she was even more surprised. "Why is there this rule? Although the employees also need to rest, don't you think it's too little to only have 8 hours of fixed working time? You give the employees that much time to rest. Don't you think that their wages are a bit of a waste?" Sui's expression was a bit strange. He thought that because there were too many orders in New Flyer, the workers had to work overtime every day. If this was on Earth, he would be cursed as an unscrupulous capitalist, but he never thought that he would be accused of giving the workers too much time to rest, wasting their wages. This, young Miss 70, the workers are also people. Other than work, they should have their own private time. Actually, Manager Riley isn't right. Because the company has been too busy recently, the workers have to work overtime every day, so they don't have that much time to rest. Without waiting for 70 to speak, Manager Riley couldn't help saying, "Come on, Chairman Sue. Your Chamber of Commerce's workers don't even want to work overtime. When my workers heard your workers mention their overtime pay, some of them even wanted to jump ship to your Chamber of Commerce." "Overtime pay?" 70 was surprised again. "What is that?" It's outside of the set 8 hours of work. If you want the workers to work, you have to give them extra pay. This pay is called overtime pay." Sue E. explained. 70 looked at Sue E. with a strange look. "Chairman Sue, you really are a strange chairman. Your New Flyer is also very strange. This is my first time hearing that the company's employees have overtime pay." "That's right, Chairman Sue. Can I take the liberty to ask the employees of your company, what is the monthly wage of the workers?" "There's nothing to be presumptuous about. It's not a secret," Sue E. said with a smile. "If it's a set 8 hours of work and there's no overtime, the workers of these 2 workshops will have a wage of around 8 gold coins. As for these 2 months, because there's a lot of overtime, it's around 10 to 16 gold coins." "That much?" 70's eyes opened wide. After thinking about it, she turned to Manager Riley to ask, "Mr. Riley, can I ask what your workers' monthly wage is?" Manager Riley gave a bitter laugh and looked at Sue E. with a bit of bitterness. After hesitating for a bit, he hesitantly replied, "This. Different jobs have different wages. Right now it's around 8 gold coins a month." Seeing the strange look in 70's eyes, Manager Riley couldn't help explaining, "Our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's price is already high enough. The other workers who build houses like us only get 6 gold coins a month. Young Miss 70, you can't compare our company to New Flyer." "Chairman Sue, what's wrong with me?" Sue E. asked with a smile. Under the gazes of Sue E. and 70, Manager Riley gave a dry laugh for a while. He knew that he couldn't hide in the end, so he lowered his voice and said, "This. Chairman Sue, young Miss 70, you can't say that I said this. Actually, when the big bosses of many companies in Banna City talk about Chairman Sue in private, they all say that Chairman Sue is a complete prodigal." "Prodigal?" Sue E. couldn't help laughing. "Giving workers a higher wage is prodigal? I think that they are too stingy, right?" Manager Riley waved his hand. "Chairman Sue, you can't speak nonsense. Actually, if I had to say it, You are indeed a bit of a prodigal. They're just normal workers. Is there a need to give them such a high wage? Not to mention that your new flyer is giving workers such a high wage. What do you want the other companies of Banna City to do? Do you know that the workers under me have protested to me several times? If it wasn't for Chairman Cruz agreeing to increase their wages, those workers would have already quit. Sui looked at the angry Manager Riley and thought that these words weren't Manager Riley's idea, but rather Chairman Cruz's idea. It could be considered a small warning from the other companies of Banna City. Sui didn't care about this at all. Compared to him, these fellows were the real capitalists that squeezed the blood and sweat of their workers. Of course, in signs, these fellows' methods were normal. Sui's methods were a bit strange, so it was expected that these people would object. But Sui didn't plan on changing according to their ideas. Based on the history of industrial development on Earth, suppressing the wages of workers wasn't an appropriate method because this would go against the laws of economic development and would suppress economic development. If the public didn't have enough economic ability to buy products, it meant that the market wasn't active enough. It would affect the flow of products and affect the profits of the companies that sold them, creating a vicious cycle. But for New Flyer to increase the wages of workers, it would allow the workers to have enough economic ability to satisfy the basic needs of their families, while also having the ability to buy other products. It would promote the flow of products and increase economic development. For example, the 200 human workers working in the household magic machine workshop, because they received a wage of 10 gold coins from the Frestac Chamber of Commerce each month. Not only did their families' living standards greatly improve, they even had extra money to buy some toys for their children. Even if these toys weren't produced by New Flyer, the company that produced these toys would gain benefits from this. It would allow this company to gain more profits and create more jobs, increasing the income of another group of people. If this cycle continued, New Flyer would also benefit from this. Take the magic fan, for example. Actually, a single magic fan only costs 2 gold coins. If the average income of Banna City's workers could reach the level of the household magic machine workshop workers, then each family would have the ability to buy one. Like this, just in a small Banna City, the Shinfei brand magic fans could be sold in the tens of thousands. It wouldn't be like this summer where they only sold a few thousand. Sui felt that people like Chairman Cruz wouldn't understand these principles, so he didn't plan on wasting time explaining these principles to them. The best method was to directly do it. Only when the benefits were presented to them would they be able to understand. As for now, Sui didn't plan on changing his methods. After quickly thinking about this, Sui paused before saying to Manager Riley with a smile, "It's good that you don't want to do it anymore. Our company is currently preparing to expand our production scale, so we're planning on recruiting some more workers. If your workers don't want to work anymore, I welcome them to join our company." Manager Riley's expression changed. "Chairman Sui, what do you mean by this?" Sui laughed and patted Manager Riley's shoulder as he said, "There's no meaning, it's just a joke. Be assured, Manager Riley, please tell Chairman Cruz that since our New Flyer has joined the business union, we definitely won't make it hard for everyone. Since the wages of the workers have increased, it's impossible for it to fall for no reason. But in other aspects, we can cooperate more. As long as everyone earns gold coins, even if we give our workers a higher wage, it isn't something that is hard to accept, don't you think?" Manager Riley looked at Sui with an uncertain expression. This Sui, was he making sarcastic remarks? Chapter 121. When Manager Riley found an excuse to leave, 70 looked at Sui with a smile, with a different meaning. "Chairman Sui, it seems like you don't have a good relationship with your peers in Banna City." Sui laughed and pretended to be confused as he said in a surprised voice, "Young Miss 70, what are you saying? Our Banna City's large companies are all good partners in the union. How could we not have a good relationship? You must have misunderstood something." 70 revealed a smile and didn't waste time on this question. She turned to look at the magic machine workshop that Sui had shown her, and after thinking for a bit, she said, "Chairman Sui, You just said that you're planning on spending a month to develop some new magic machines to increase the efficiency of the agricultural magic machines. But are you confident in developing these magic machines? Of course, Sui firmly replied. Our new flyer already has a lot of experience in developing magic machines, and now we have great magician Camilla as our strong backing. So, I firmly believe that this research will succeed. 70 shook her head. Chairman Sui, you're not telling the truth. From the information I've gathered in Bana City in the past few days, the most important thing for New Flyer is you as the chairman. Whether it is the magic fan at first or the agricultural magic machines that the agriculture department cares about, these magic machines were all created by you and played a key role in them. So I don't want to ask if your New Flyer can do this or not. Rather, I want to ask, are you confident in this? Sui looked at 70 and found that the expression on her face was very sincere, without a trace of falsehood. It made people unable to help believing her words. Young Miss 70, if even I as the chairman don't have confidence, our New Flyer might as well disband as soon as possible. Don't you think so? Sui asked back. 70 looked at the smile on Sui's face for a while before giving a slight nod. I hope that Chairman Sui will always be this confident. All right, I believe that you can develop the new magic machines in a month, and you'll be able to mass-produce the agricultural magic machines like you expected. But Chairman Sui, I still have a question about the mass production you mentioned. According to what you said, after mass production, the output of the agricultural magic machines will increase by several times. But like this, will the quality of the agricultural magic machines be maintained? I feel that for anything, if you want to maintain the quality, it's better to keep improving. The idea of keeping improving is good, but young Miss 70, you're using this idea in the wrong place. Changing the manual production of agricultural magic machines to mechanization and mass production was a completely different method. Although the output will increase, the quality won't decrease like you said. If you strictly control the specifications, the quality of the agricultural magic machines produced will be higher than the ones made by hand. Sui pointed at the household magic machine workshop on the other side and said, you just saw the comparison between the first batch of magic fans and the last batch of magic fans in that workshop. Which magic fan do you think is better? Of course, it's because the quality of the last batch of magic fans is much better. 70 replied without any hesitation. 70 said without any hesitation, just like you saw, although the first batch of magic fans were made by hand by the skilled craftsmen of Bana City, the quality is far inferior to the last batch of magic fans that were made from the various magic machines. Although humans are more flexible than machines, when it comes to mass production, you have to admit that humans are far inferior to machines. If His Majesty only needed 3,000 agricultural magic machines, perhaps I could have the more skilled dwarven craftsmen make them by hand, but His Majesty's final request was 30,000 units or even more. Other than relying on the power of machines, there's no other way. 70 thought for a bit before giving a slight nod. Perhaps you're right. But before I see the real products, I still have my doubts. I hope that Chairman Sui won't disappoint me. Relax. I promise you won't be disappointed. Sui replied with a smile. After pausing, he continued. Young Miss 70, I think that you should know that the workers in charge of producing the agricultural magic machines are mainly the dwarves. Can you help me solve a problem? Chairman Sui, there's no need to be polite. My main task here is to help the new flyer complete His Majesty's orders. As long as your request can help with these orders, I can raise it. 70 said with a smile. That's good. Sui wasn't polite as he continued. Although the dwarves of the company have been working here for several months, because they are dwarves, they haven't obtained the qualifications to become citizens of the kingdom, so it's quite inconvenient for them to live here. Young Miss 70, can you help solve this problem? The kingdom's laws say that as long as races other than humans meet certain conditions, they can become citizens of the kingdom. I believe that Chairman Sui should know about this, right? 70 asked back. There are indeed these rules, but young Miss 70, you should know that these rules are very strict. If the dwarves want to become citizens, not only do they have to live here for a certain period of time, they also have to pay strict taxes. They can't meet these conditions without at least 8 to 10 years. If the dwarves wait for 8 to 10 years, our new flyer might have already disappeared by then. Chairman Sue, are you joking? 70 looked at Sue E. New flyer has such good prospects. How could it not last for 8 to 10 years? As for your request, I'm afraid I can't agree to it. These rules are written in the kingdom's laws. It can't be changed for the 200 dwarves of your new flyer. I'm not asking to change the laws, and I'm not hoping that the kingdom will immediately recognize them as citizens. I just want to make it easier for them to live here, so I hope that they can be given a special certificate. For example, a worker's certificate. Sue E said. Worker's certificate? 70 looked at Sue E in surprise. What does that mean? The worker's certificate is for races other than citizens of the kingdom, including humans from other countries. People with the worker's certificate are hired by a company in the Lampari kingdom. When the worker's certificate is in effect, they can stay in the Lampari kingdom, work, and live a normal life. To put it simply, people with a worker's certificate can be considered temporary citizens of the Lampari kingdom, but they will be restricted by the company they work for. If there is a problem with these people, the kingdom can directly take responsibility for the company that hired them. When the worker's certificate is up, these people's temporary citizenship will be canceled. If they want to keep it, they can only apply again and receive approval from the kingdom. Sue E patiently explained. 70 looked at Sue E in surprise. This idea isn't bad, but how can we guarantee that these people will be under the kingdom's jurisdiction? I said it just now. These people can only enjoy this right because of their employment relationship with the company. Other than supervising these people, the kingdom's officials just need to keep an eye on those companies. I think that our Lampari kingdom's companies will care about their own feathers, right? 70 thought about it and couldn't help slowly nodding. This idea isn't bad, but Chairman Sue, you've forgotten a problem. Whether it is issuing the worker certificate or doing the qualification checks, the kingdom needs to create a related department, so the human resources needed aren't small. With the kingdom's current financial situation, I feel that whether it is His Majesty or the kingdom's parliament, it will be hard to pass this proposal. No money? Isn't that simple? Sue E laughed. You need to pay to apply for the worker certificate, and while the worker certificate is in effect, the company that hires these people will have to pay a late fee each year. The amount will depend on the situation. Young Miss 70, do you think that His Majesty and the kingdom's parliament will pass this? 70 looked at Sue E with a strange look, and after being stunned for a bit, she slowly said, Chairman Sue, I suddenly feel that you shouldn't be a merchant. Wouldn't it be better for you to go into politics? Sue E waved his hand. I'm a rotten merchant who is covered in the stench of money, so forget about going into politics. Young Miss 70, this means that you think there is hope in my proposal? If you pay like you said, I think it'll be much easier to pass. 70 said with a nod. 70 nodded. But Chairman Sue, according to what you said, there aren't many humans and other races in the kingdom that meet the conditions you mentioned. How much are you planning on paying for the 200 dwarves of your company to obtain these rights for them? Other than that, other than your new flyer, there should be some similar situations. If this bill is passed, what if the other companies aren't willing to pay? Isn't that simple? They won't be able to enjoy the benefits if they don't apply for the worker certificate, and everything will be the same as before. As for our new flyer, it's like Manager Riley said, because the chairman is a prodigal, he has nothing better to do than to apply for these worker certificates for his workers. Sue E gave a shrug as he spoke in a relaxed manner. 70 gave a laugh before asking with a serious expression, what is the answer to the first question? How much is your new flyer planning on paying? The exact amount will be decided after your kingdom's officials discuss it, but I can tell you the bottom line of our company. Sue E raised his hand. 5 gold coins per worker. What do you think? 5 gold coins? 70's beautiful eyes opened a bit wider. She took a deep breath and looked at Sue E with an emotional gaze. Chairman Sue, you really are good to your workers. Chapter 122. 70 felt that it was too much to spend 5 gold coins on a worker's permit, but Sue E felt that it was already very little. on Earth, not to mention applying for a foreign worker's permit. Even if one was a citizen of China, applying for a Hong Kong or Macau worker's permit would cost quite a bit, easily reaching several thousand gold coins. In terms of purchasing power, it was equal to several dozen gold coins here. Of course, Sui wouldn't tell 70 about this. There were already over 200 dwarves working for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and if nothing unexpected happened, there would be even more dwarves. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce might even hire elves and beastmen in the future. With so many foreign workers, of course they would save a bit on the permit. Other than obtaining the permit from 70, Sui also obtained some good news from her. In the agreement with the king had used several mines to pay for the agricultural magic machines. Sui thought that it would take a long time to complete this contract, so it would take a while for the mines to arrive. However, 70 told Sui that the kingdom's mining department had already cleared out one of the iron mines in Bandit City, and Sui could take it at any time. According to the agreement between Sui and the king, as long as New Flyer completed the first batch of orders, the contract would automatically take effect, and this iron mine would belong to New Flyer. As for the other iron mine and 3 magic crystal mines, that would depend on how New Flyer completed the following orders. Although the future was filled with variables, at least this iron mine was already in the bag for New Flyer. Moreover, in the process of the agreement, because iron mines weren't that valuable in the signs, the king and the representative of the agriculture department had given a very low discount to these 2 iron mines. Sui was very clear that once the magic machine industry developed in the signs, the demand for iron ores would greatly increase. When that time came, the price of iron ores would soar. As for the magic crystal mines, there were too many magic crystals on the signs, and magic crystals weren't worth much. So the price of these 3 magic crystal mines, added together, couldn't compare to a single iron mine. But Sui was very certain that with the development of the magic machine industry, the magic machines would be widely used in the signs. The demand for magic crystals would greatly increase, and the price of magic crystals would greatly increase. Right now, it seemed like the king had exchanged 2 iron mines and 3 magic crystal mines for several tens of thousands of agricultural magic machines, worth close to 3 million gold coins from New Flyer, taking quite a bit of advantage. But Sui knew better than anyone that New Flyer had made a large profit from this transaction. Thinking that he would be able to rest easy just by relying on these mines in the future, Sui's mood was naturally very good. When he saw Chairman Mun Cruz of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, he had a wide smile on his face, as if he had already forgotten what Manager Riley had said before. "Chairman Sui, it's rare for you to take the initiative to meet me. I really am very happy. But why did you come to the construction site?" Chairman Cruz pointed at the construction site that had just finished laying the foundation and was preparing to build a wall. "It's such a cold day. We should find a better place to have a few drinks and chat more." What made Chairman Cruz the most curious was that Sui didn't invite him to the construction site of a New Flyer's workshop that was nearing completion. Rather, it was a small construction site on the outskirts of Bandit City. Moreover, he had specially requested that other than Manager Riley, there was no one else with him. There are many chances to drink and chat, but Chairman Cruz, if you miss the chance in front of you, there won't be many more. Sui gave Chairman Cruz a mysterious smile before taking out a heavy cloth bag from the horse carriage he had personally driven, throwing it in front of Chairman Cruz and Manager Riley. "What is this thing?" The 2 looked at the cloth bag in surprise. Sui smiled without replying and asked Manager Riley, "Manager Riley, when your workers are building the wall, what do they use to connect the bricks?" Manager Riley was confused, not understanding why Sui would ask this question. He hesitantly looked at Chairman Cruz, and seeing him nod, he replied, "It's just some lime powder and sand mixed together to make a mud. There's nothing special about it." Sui pointed at the cloth bag on the ground. "Then try using this thing to replace the lime powder." Manager Riley opened the bag in confusion, and after taking a look, he immediately said in a surprised voice, "Chairman Sui, this thing is called cement. It's a bit like lime powder. Try it. It should be much better than lime powder." "Sui," said. Manager Riley reached into the cloth bag and fished out a handful of cement. He casually rubbed it, and fine powder fell from his hand. As a supervisor who had worked on the construction site for many years, starting from a most ordinary worker, Manager Riley only needed to touch it to know that this thing probably had extremely special characteristics. Not to mention other things, just the fine particles of this powder far surpassed the lime powder they normally used on the construction site. After rubbing it a few times, Manager Riley didn't waste any more words. He picked up the shovel that he had already prepared beforehand and shoveled out the cement. He poured it into the fine sand on the side and added water to it before carefully mixing it. Manager Riley wasn't the only one who was surprised when he saw the cement, sand, and water gradually mix together. Even Chairman Cruz's eyes gradually revealed a strange expression. As the chairman of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Cruz could naturally see the uniqueness of the cement. After mixing it evenly, Manager Riley picked up a brick and skillfully smeared plaster on it before firmly placing it on the wall. He didn't even need to wait for the cement to dry. Just by feeling it, Manager Riley felt that the plaster mixed with cement was far better than the plaster mixed with lime powder. After seeing Manager Riley use up the plaster and lay 2 layers of walls, Chairman Cruz looked at Sue with a deep frown. "Chairman Sue, what's the meaning of this?" Sue smiled relaxedly. "Nothing. I just happened to find a cement formula in an ancient book, so I wanted 2 experts in this field to appraise it." Of course, the 2 of them didn't believe Sue's nonsense. What kind of ancient book recorded this kind of thing? Even if there was, how could they, who had been in the construction industry for their entire lives, not know? However, this wasn't the time to be serious with Sue. Chairman Cruz pondered for a long time and said in a deep voice, "Chairman Sue, we're both smart people. Let's not beat around the bush. I admit that I'm very interested in this cement. If you're willing to hand over the formula, we can talk about any conditions." Sue put on a fake smile. "Chairman Cruz, aren't you being too insincere? Hand over the formula? Do you think that's possible?" Chairman Cruz was silent. Of course, he knew that Sue would never agree to his request. However, the performance of this cement was too good. He couldn't help but be tempted. After thinking for a while, Chairman Cruz spoke again. "Okay, Chairman Sue, state your conditions. Since you specially invited me here, you obviously want to cooperate with me, right?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I waste my time?" Sue pointed at the cement on the ground that wasn't used up and said, "I won't hide it, Chairman Cruz. This cement is something that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has just finished developing, and we've just started mass producing it. I asked you to meet because I wanted to tell you that now that such a thing has appeared, I wonder if your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce is interested." Chairman Cruz coldly snorted. "Chairman Sue, don't ask a question you already know the answer to. How much do you plan on selling this cement? How much do you want to sell to our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce? Of course, we're all friends of the union. I hope that the price you're offering isn't too excessive." Sue laughed. "Chairman Cruz, what kind of person do you think Sue am? My price for this cement is 6 gold coins per ton. Do you think that's fair? Only 6 gold coins." Chairman Cruz and Manager Riley cried out at the same time. This is too. Fortunately, the 2 of them were astute people. They reluctantly swallowed back the words "too cheap," but from the shocked expression on their faces, it was clear that they were shocked by this price. It had to be known that even lime powder had a market price of over 6 gold coins per ton. The performance of this cement was clearly far superior to lime powder. The 2 of them were already mentally prepared for Sue to offer a sky-high price, but they didn't think that Sue would actually offer the same price as lime powder. This price was obviously too cheap. "This, Chairman Sue, is what you said true?" After a while, Chairman Cruz asked in disbelief. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Sue said with a smile. "How about it? Do you think this price is fair?" "Fair. Fair. Of course it's fair." Chairman Cruz nodded again and again, as if he was afraid that Sue would go back on his word. After a pause, he said, "But Chairman Sue, seeing that we are all friends of the union, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to. Please speak. Since you said that this cement has just started to be produced in large quantities, then presumably the output isn't very high. Since it's like this, then no matter how much cement your Chamber of Commerce produces, our RAM Chamber of Commerce will take it all. Moreover, I can also give you a bit of a raise on the price. 6.5 gold coins per ton. What do you think? He made a difficult expression. After thinking for a while, he slowly nodded. All right, Chairman Rank has already said that we are all friends of the Union. We must help each other. For this reason, the cement produced by our new flyer in the next 2 years will only be supplied to your RAM Chamber of Commerce. Other than this, I will also provide you with many uses for the cement, for example, reinforced concrete. Hearing that He only agreed to 2 years, Chairman Cruz and Manager Riley were a bit disappointed. But when they heard He say reinforced concrete, their eyes lit up at the same time. Since it was something that He specially proposed, it must have an extraordinary function. As long as the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce could grasp the uses of cement ahead of time, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce would be able to soar in the construction industry. Perhaps they could even leave Banda City and become one of the top construction guilds in the Lampari Kingdom. Chapter 123. After saying goodbye to Chairman Cruz's group, He drove his horse carriage into Banda City alone. When he came to a secluded place, the space around He slightly distorted. There was a fragrant breeze, and there was an extra person sitting in the seat beside him. Chairman when you said to those two that you wanted their company to help build a river, were you talking about our tribe's river? Agnes looked at with an expectant look as she asked this. Do you think that I need to build a dam for another river? He asked back with a smile. This means that you're really planning on helping us. Agnes' expression instantly became excited. He helplessly shook his head. Young Miss Agnes, I never said that I wouldn't help you. So you never believed me from beginning to end. Agnes slightly lowered her head and said in an embarrassed voice, Sorry, the tribe's elders have taught me since I was young that I can't trust humans. You elves really are prejudiced against us humans. He said with a sigh. Although I admit that there are many cunning people among us humans, there are also many people who pay attention to integrity, such as me. After you elves have been tricked by humans several times, you want to kill all of us humans with a stick. This is just too prejudiced. Agnes shook her head. Not only have we been tricked a few times, I've heard the elders say that in the history of us elves, we have been tricked countless times by humans. So we elves have a common understanding that we can't trust humans. After pausing, Agnes asked with a doubtful look, Chairman actually I'm very curious. Why is it that even though you humans are the same race, each human is different? He rolled his eyes and snappily said, Could it be that you elves are all the same? For example, are they all as naive as single-celled organisms like you? I really don't understand what your tribe's elders are thinking, actually sending you out to ask for help from other races. They aren't afraid that others will sell you out. Agnes blinked with a look of confusion on her face. Chairman what is a single-celled organism? Do you think I'm naive? He shook his head. He was too lazy to argue with this little elf girl about these issues. He said, All right, you heard it just now. I asked the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to help me modify the river embankment. However, whether it is to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of cement, to master the usage of the concrete I just taught them, or even to develop a concrete mixer, it will take some time. Therefore, it is temporarily impossible to change the water shortage of your race. That's right. Agnes, have you ever thought of using underground water? Although the river has changed its course, the underground water wouldn't change its course easily. The falling rainforest is rich in vegetation, so the underground water should also be abundant. Underground water. Agnes thought for a bit before replying. The elders also tried, digging a deep well like you humans to use underground water, but after we dug several meters deep, we found that the ground was filled with very thick rocks, and we couldn't dig any further. That's because you've encountered an underground rock formation. According to my experience, as long as you penetrate the rock layer, you will be able to open up the underground water source. Could it be that you're giving up like this? He then asked. A trace of sadness appeared on Agnes' face. The elders said that the rock underground is very thick and they can't penetrate it with their abilities. If they want to open it, even a high-level earth magician wouldn't be able to do it. I'm afraid they would need an earth magus to use a forbidden spell. But an archmagus is a peak existence even among you humans. Not to mention inviting him, we can't even see him. That isn't certain. Sue revealed a faint smile. As long as you can give him enough benefits, even an archmagus can be invited. Agnes said in a helpless voice, but our tribe can't take out any rewards to move an archmagus. Perhaps it's just that you haven't discovered your own value. For example, Agnes, just based on you, I can see that you have a special value. So he looked at Agnes with a deep gaze as he spoke. Agnes pointed at herself in a daze. Me? I'm just a normal elf. What kind of special value do I have? Sue laughed. You don't know now, but you'll understand in the future. As for solving your tribe's water problem, after hearing what you just said, I suddenly thought of a way to help you solve it for now. Agnes' eyes instantly lit up. Really? What is it? Patiently wait for a bit, and I'll give you an answer. Sue, he said. Agnes didn't ask anymore, and just looked at Sue with sparkling eyes. There was no longer any doubt in her eyes from before. Unknowingly, she had already begun to trust this human she hadn't interacted with for long. #### The horse carriage stopped in front of a secluded small courtyard in the city. Sue jumped out of the horse carriage and pushed open the door to walk in. He saw Steele standing in the small garden behind the small courtyard, wearing a light purple dress. She was holding a magic lamp that Master Lanus, Camby, and the other dwarf had made yesterday. She had her head slightly lowered and her expression was calm, as the corners of her lips curled slightly. With just a glance, Suyi's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Steele was already beautiful, and now that she had this appearance, her dazzling aura had suddenly become calm. This large contrast gave Sue a different kind of shock. Once still calmed down, with the light purple dress she was wearing, it made her entire aura seem like it had been sublimated. Just based on her current appearance, she was worthy of being called the Banta Goddess. Not far away from Steele, Master Anlios had a large canvas in front of him. He was currently focused on painting this moving scene in front of him. Sue knew that Master Anlios was currently immersed in the world of painting. He looked from afar and saw that the painting was almost finished, so he silently stood on the side, not daring to disturb him. The painting took over half an hour to finish. Although Sue felt that it wasn't boring to admire Steele's rare and beautiful appearance, his legs were a bit sore from standing. When he finally saw Master Anlios finish the final stroke, he put away his brush and quickly walked over. Looking at the painting, Sue couldn't help praising it. The painting almost perfectly replicated Steele's current beautiful appearance. Although it couldn't compare to the real person, it was still vivid enough. As long as anyone saw this painting, they would immediately be attracted by Steele. But after looking at it for a while, Sue found a problem. Steele in this painting was indeed moving and attracting people's eyes, but all their attention was on Steele. Perhaps not many people would notice the magic lamp in Steele's hand. It had to be known that Sue asked Master Anlios to paint this painting in order to advertise the magic lamp that new flyer was about to release. If this painting was hung up, it would be advertising Steele and not the magic lamp. Chairman Sue, as long as young Miss Steele can attract enough attention, people will naturally notice the magic lamp in her hand. I don't think there will be any problem. You worry too much. Master Anlios didn't care about Suyi's concerns. At this time, Steele also came over and looked at the painting. After thinking for a while, she said to Master Anlios, "Master, I think Sue is right. You should emphasize the magic lamp more. If you really can't, you can make my face blurry." Master Anlios shook his head. "How can that be? Miss Steele, you are so beautiful. If you blur your face, it will be like taking the sun out of the sky. The whole painting will lose its meaning." "No, I don't agree with that." "Yes, I agree with that. Steele, if your face is blurred, why would I ask you to be the model? You could just find someone else." Sue thought for a while and said, "Master Anlios, I don't mean to blur Steele's presence, but to emphasize the magic lamp. After all, This painting is to advertise the magic lamp, so it needs to be highlighted first. Yes, I'm just a foil. Steele laughed. Hearing both of them say this, Master Anlios frowned helplessly. He thought for a while and added a few more strokes on the canvas. Although it was only a few strokes, the magic lamp in Steele's hand immediately became much more conspicuous, which showed his skill as a painting master. Sui looked at it for a while and still felt a little unsatisfied. But he knew nothing about painting, so he couldn't tell what was wrong with it. Seeing that Sui still had some doubts, Master Anlios's expression became cold. Chairman Sui, this is the best I can do for this painting. If you're not satisfied, I can draw another one, but you will have to pay extra. Sui looked at him and felt a bit dissatisfied. But this Master Anlios was the most famous painter in Bana City, so other than him, Sui couldn't find someone else to replace him. Moreover, he had worked with the new flyer many times before, and they had a good relationship. Sui didn't want to ruin this relationship because of a disagreement. There's no need to draw another one. This one is quite good, so it'll be this one. Sui thought about it before saying this. Master Anlios's expression finally relaxed. All right, then Chairman Sui, this job can be considered finished. Sui squeezed out a smile and shook hands with Master Anlios before watching him leave. After Uncle Anlios left, Steele looked at Sui's expression and said, Sui, I've heard that Karma City has a famous painter. How about we try looking for him? Sui shook his head. You're talking about Master Cassidon, right? I've asked around, and this Master Cassidon's painting skills can't compare to Master Anlios. If we look for him, it's equal to breaking off relations with Master Anlios, so this isn't a good choice. Steele knit her brows. After thinking about it, she said with a sigh, it's a pity that Banta City is a small city and we can't find a better choice. If it was an Anvilmar city, we would be able to find even more artists than Master Anlios. There's no other way. This is reality. Sui picked up the painting Master Anlios had just drawn, and after looking at it for a while, he gave a satisfied nod. It's quite good. Although it's a bit of a failure as an advertisement, as a portrait of you, Steele, it's quite outstanding. You see, this painting captures your demeanor very accurately. I think that if anyone who doesn't know you saw this painting, they would definitely think that you're a quiet and elegant beauty. Think? Steele knit her brows and her eyes popped out. What do you mean? Sui laughed and didn't explain at all. Steele couldn't help throwing a punch at him in anger. Who would have thought that when Steele's fist was halfway through, the space beside them suddenly distorted and a figure suddenly appeared. They quickly reached out and grabbed Steele's arm. You're not allowed to hurt him. Agnes' voice came from under the cloak. Hearing the voice of a young girl, Steele couldn't help being even more surprised. She looked at Agnes and asked Sui, who is she? Sui was also surprised by Agnes' sudden appearance, but after hearing Steele's question and seeing Agnes covered in the cloak, he suddenly had an idea. Got it. Chapter 124. Banta City under the cover of night was not as lively as it was during the day. Other than some shops that were still open at night, the entire city seemed to have gradually fallen into a deep sleep. If one looked down from the sky, it would be completely dark with only a few places lit up. It wasn't like the cities on Earth that were still lit up at night. In these places that were lit up, Sui's home was also included. It was different from normal candles. On the table in the living room of Sui's home, there was a magic lamp placed on it. The faint green light released through the light green glass not only lit up the entire room, it also lit up Steele, who had her head lowered like she was deep in thought with an arm supporting her head. Seeing that Steele didn't have any spots under the light, looking at her white and tender skin that didn't have any blemishes, Sui couldn't help praising. Steele, actually I feel that you can become the spokesperson for the Chanel Chamber of Commerce. With your outstanding skin as an advertisement, I guarantee that the Chanel Chamber of Commerce's perfumes and powders will sell even more than before. Although Steele didn't move and the expression on her face didn't change, she gave a soft snort and said, There's no use trying to please me. If you don't tell me why this elf is following you, I won't forgive you. Sue looked at Agnes, who was sitting in front of Steele with a drawing board in her hand, concentrating on drawing. He replied with a bitter smile, "Didn't I tell you at dinner that she came to find me to solve the problem of her tribe? The reason why she's following me is to wait for me to take care of the matters here before bringing me to her tribe. Don't you think so, Agnes?" Agnes was focused on drawing when she suddenly heard Sue mention her name. She was surprised before looking up at Sue and nodding with a dazed look. "All right." Seeing Agnes' appearance, Steele gave another snort. "Sue, if you want to collude with her, you should at least put in some effort. Like this, do you think I'll believe you?" Sue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "We're not criminals. Why should we collude?" Sue was about to explain further when he suddenly saw a trace of sadness flash across Steele's face. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't continue. The room fell into an awkward silence. Sue looked at Steele for a while before suddenly saying, "Steele, I've heard great magician Camilla say that the night I came back from Anvilmar City, you personally cooked a few dishes and wanted to invite me to your home for a meal." Steele's expression froze, and then she said indifferently, "You didn't come that day, so I threw away all the dishes. Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of it and wanted to thank you." "Sue," he said, "in this world, other than Vivian, this is the first time someone has cooked for me and invited me to a meal. I'm very happy." Vivian, who had been sitting beside Sue without saying a word, narrowed her eyes and revealed a proud smile. Steele couldn't maintain her posture anymore. She looked up in surprise and asked, "First time? You've never done it before?" "No." Sue shook his head. Although he had done it on Earth, this was indeed his first time in this world. Steele acted like it was her first time seeing Sue. She looked over Sue a few times, and then she suddenly revealed a smile as she said, "All right, since you know how to thank me, I'll forgive you this time. Other than that, I'll give you a special privilege. If you want to eat my dishes in the future, you can tell me at any time and I'll make them for you. Of course, you can only have this privilege once, so you have to cherish it." Sue couldn't help revealing a smile. "Then I really have to thank you." Seeing the happy smile on Steele's face, he couldn't help saying in an emotional voice, "Steele, I take back what I said this afternoon. Although your calm and elegant side is also very good, compared to that, I still like seeing your happy smile more. I don't know why, but when I see you smile, I feel much more at ease." Steele's face revealed a faint blush. She rolled her eyes at Sue and softly scolded, "Idiot." When Sue and Steele were both in a strange mood, Agnes suddenly clapped her hands. "It's done. It's done? This fast." Steele put down her arms in a daze and walked over to Agnes' side. She looked at the drawing board in Agnes' hands and couldn't help shouting in surprise, "It's too beautiful." Sue couldn't help laughing. "Hey, Steele, you're the one drawn on there. Do you need to be this narcissistic?" Steele glared at Sue and then took the drawing board from Agnes' hands. She turned it over to face Sue. "You don't think it's beautiful?" "Of course I think." Sue's eyes fell onto the drawing board, and it was like he was attracted by a magnet, not willing to look away at all. In this drawing, Steele had her left elbow on the table and her left cheek on her palm. Her right hand was on the table, and she was sliding her 2 fingers across the table. She had a lazy look on her face, as if she was thinking about something, but also as if she wasn't thinking about anything. On the side of the table, there was a magic lamp releasing a faint green glow. It covered Steele in a faint green glow, giving Steele a mysterious aura. It made people want to know why this girl would reveal such a puzzling expression. Compared to Master Anlio's drawing in the afternoon, the lines on this drawing were much clearer and Steele's expression was even more dazzling. Whether it was the composition or the mood, it was much better than Master Anlio's drawing. What made Sue even more satisfied was that the background was chosen in the middle of the night. The entire drawing was set by the green glow of the magic lamp, so no one could ignore this magic lamp that played a key role. Moreover, because this magic lamp's design was decided by Agnes and Vivian, Agnes was more clear than anyone about the design of this magic lamp. Therefore, she was able to draw it even more smoothly. She was able to show off the delicate and beautiful appearance of the magic lamp, making everyone's eyes move from steel to the magic lamp, and they would be attracted to it. Even when Sui saw this drawing, he couldn't help having the desire to buy a magic lamp. It could be seen just how powerful this drawing was. After carefully looking over this painting several dozen times, Sui wasn't stingy as he gave Agnes a thumbs up. "This painting is too good. Agnes, you really are a natural-born painter." Agnes shook her head and said, "If it wasn't for young Miss Steele being beautiful and this magic lamp being beautiful, this drawing wouldn't be this good." Hearing Agnes praise her beauty, Steele suddenly felt that her actions just now were a bit laughable. Steele was a cheerful and open-minded girl. After thinking of this, she felt that Agnes wasn't that displeasing to her eyes anymore. Even her long and sharp ears looked very interesting. "Agnes, you're too modest. I feel like this drawing can be considered a work of art." Steele praised Agnes. Agnes actually didn't know what modesty was. She was only speaking her true thoughts, but receiving the praise of Sui and Steele made her very happy. Of course, Sui was even happier than the two of them. Now that reality proved that Agnes had greater artistic talent than Master Anlios, Sui didn't need to endure Master Anlios anymore. If Master Anlios continued to ignore his requests like he did in the afternoon, then Sui would not hesitate to end their cooperation and have him scram. But there was a prerequisite to this, which was how to keep Agnes. If it was said that Sui treated Agnes differently before because of her identity as an elf, now Sui found that Agnes herself had enough value to move his heart. Agnes with her shocking artistic talent. Other than being able to replace Master Anlios, she could also cooperate with Vivian to design a beautiful and attractive design for the New Flyers products. Don't look down on the design of a product. On Earth, with its highly developed industrial technology, many products had already matured, and the differences between them were often reflected in the design. An excellent design could make a product stand out and even create a higher value for the product. Sometimes, just based on the design, the price of the same product would be very different. Although the magic machine industry had just started in signs, in order to prepare for a rainy day, Sui wouldn't let go of an outstanding designer that was sent to his door. But Agnes' identity as an elf was a very large obstacle. Compared to the dwarves, the gap between the elves and humans was even larger. The dwarves would occasionally come to live in human cities, but there wasn't a single elf. How to convince Agnes to work for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was a large problem. "Agnes, after your tribe's problem is solved, I'll let you live in Banta City. Are you willing?" Sui asked in a probing voice. Agnes looked at Sui in surprise. "Why would I want to live in Banta City? Of course I want to return to my tribe." "It really is like this," Sui muttered. He wasn't willing to give up as he kept asking. "Then in what situation would you be willing to live in Banta City?" To be honest, I want to hire you to work for a new flyer. Are you willing?" Steele looked at Sui in surprise. "Sui, even if Agnes draws better than Master Anlios, she is still an elf." Agnes shook her head. "Many thanks for Chairman Sui's invitation, but I hope to live with my clansmen." Sui was silent for a bit before suddenly saying, "Then if I help your tribe solve their problem, what if I ask for you as a reward?" Steele and Vivian looked up at Sui in shock. Was he joking? However, Agnes met the gazes of the three of them and calmly nodded. "If Chairman Sui requests it, I'm willing." Chapter 125. The sudden appearance of the female elf Agnes. Although it had shocked Steele and Vivian, other than the two of them, no one else knew about this, so naturally it didn't have that much of an effect. The people of Banta City were still living their normal lives, and the new flyer was still moving forward step by step according to Sui's plan. The development of the magic punch press went very smoothly. With the full help of great magician Camilla, the research on the core magic array of the magic punch press progressed very quickly. Great magician Camilla was responsible for the most important magic array and the initial improvements, while the other details were given to the subordinates of the magic tower to study. because Carmilla's magic tower had worked with the new flyer several times before. Even if the research was quite heavy this time, it was still done in an orderly manner. This progress made Sue very satisfied. With Camby and the other dwarves' research on the outer structure of the magic punch press, if nothing unexpected happened, Sue was confident in finishing the research on the magic punch press in a month and putting it into use in a short period of time. Although it would take a bit longer than the guarantee from 70, according to Sue Yi's estimates of the production capacity of the magic punch press. As long as the magic punch press was put into use, the first batch of 3,000 agricultural magic machines could be finished a month ahead of time. This would give the agriculture department enough time to arrange these agricultural magic machines. Of course, in Sue Yi's eyes, the magic punch press had been developed in a short period of time. Although with Sue Yi's refined mechanical knowledge from Earth as a foundation, the magic punch press didn't need to spend time on research, but to develop the magic punch press in such a short period of time, there would definitely be various flaws. Sue Yi was well aware of this, but he had no other choice. In order to complete the order from the king and the agriculture department, Sue Yi had to do this. In Sue Yi's opinion, this hasty research and development was a complete waste of a large portion of the research funds. However, as long as he could seize this opportunity, it was acceptable to waste some funds. Not to mention that through the research of the magic presses, whether it was great magician Camilla and the magicians under him, or Camby and the dwarven craftsmen of the magic machine workshop, they had all accumulated enough experience. This would lay a solid foundation for New Flyer's future research and development. In the future, as long as Sue Yi continued to invest manpower and resources, New Flyer's mastery of magic machinery would only gradually improve. What Sue Yi valued even more was that the mages and dwarven craftsmen who participated in the research had gradually developed a systematic theory of magic machines under his influence. Sue Yi had transmigrated from Earth. Of course, he knew the importance of theoretical foundations to an industrial system. The current magic machine industry and signs could be considered a product of him pulling up seedlings to help them grow, so the foundation wasn't solid. If there was a day when Sue Yi couldn't solve the problem of developing magic machines, it could be said that there was no one in this world that could solve it. So when Sue Yi participated in the research, he would always instill his mechanical knowledge into the others. He would clearly point out the key points of combining this knowledge with magic and give a complete explanation. This was because he hoped that other than him, there would be more qualified magic mechanical engineers and signs. Other than the busy and intense research and development work, Heinz was also very busy during this period of time, but the happiest person was none other than himself. After the variable temperature magic air conditioner had sold over 5,000 units in Banna City and the surrounding cities, once the new magic lamp was released, there was another wave of purchases. It was different from the variable temperature magic air conditioner that was sold for 25 gold coins, which was mainly sold to rich families. The magic lamp that was considered a work of art by many people was sold for a single gold coin and was sold to all families. For the price of a single gold coin, most people who saw the appearance of the magic lamp on the 4 large billboards outside the city felt that it was very reasonable. There were even some people who felt that this price was too low because to these rich people who cared about style, this magic lamp was simply a work of art. It couldn't be priced as a normal product. Then again, the magic crystal lamps that appeared in signs before not only couldn't compare to this magic lamp, their effects couldn't compare either. Those magic crystal lamps were priced at several hundred gold coins. So even if this magic lamp didn't have such an exaggerated price, it should at least be sold for several dozen gold coins, right? Of course, some people felt that the price was too low, so naturally there were people who felt that it was too high. Some people who weren't rich felt that a single gold coin was a large expenditure. Although this magic lamp looked very good and people couldn't help wanting to buy it, when they thought of taking out a single gold coin to buy a trivial lamp, they were still hesitant. But when the Banna Times reported on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's new magic lamp, they used data to analyze it and change the thoughts of these people. In a normal household, if candles or oil lamps were used for illumination at night, the cost of one candle or oil lamp per room would be between 5 to 10 copper coins per night and 2 to 3 silver coins per month. If they used the magic lamp, it would only cost a single low-grade magic crystal per month, which was less than 60 copper coins. This number wasn't that obvious in a month or two, but if it was calculated over the years, they could save over 20 silver coins each year by using the magic lamp. In just 4 years, it was enough to save a single magic lamp. New Flyer provided a 3-year warranty for the new magic lamp, which meant that if the magic lamp was damaged in 3 years, New Flyer would promise to fix it. This meant that if you bought the magic lamp, you wouldn't need to worry for at least 3 years. Looking at it like this, it was clear that buying the magic lamp was much more worth it compared to using candles and oil lamps. Not to mention that whether it was candles or oil lamps, they would produce smells and smoke, which wasn't good for a person's body. The magic lamp used a magic array to produce light, so it wouldn't produce smoke, so it wouldn't harm a person's body at all. Moreover, the magic lamp's light was much brighter than candles and oil lamps. A single candle and oil lamp could only light up a space of less than 3 square meters. But if one chose the magic lamp, they could light up every corner of the room. Once this report was published in the Bana Times, the people who were hesitant about buying the magic lamp put down their hesitation and decided to buy it. So in just a single week after the magic lamp was released, it wildly sold over 20,000 units. This was just the sales of a small city like Bana City. Adding in the orders from Bana City, this number reached a terrifying 40,000 units. It had to be known there were less than 50,000 people in and out of Bana City. This was equal to almost everyone in Bana City having one magic lamp. Of course, the main reason was that there were many families who didn't just buy a single magic lamp. Rather, they bought several to share in several rooms. Other than Bana City, the companies in the surrounding cities that had cooperated with New Flyer weren't willing to be outdone, so they also placed large amounts of orders. If all the orders from Heinz's other cities were added together, the total was over 50,000. In short, in just a single week, with just this small magic lamp, New Flyer had earned a large income of close to 100,000 gold coins. Each magic lamp was sold for 1 gold coin, and the production cost was only a mere 30 silver coins. Calculating it all, New Flyer's net profit from the magic lamp was close to 70,000 gold coins. Moreover, this was just in a single week. As time passed, with how popular the magic lamp was, the sales would greatly increase. According to Su Yi's estimates, no, Su Yi couldn't estimate the sales because even he never thought that the magic lamp would be this popular. It was no wonder that although Heinz was busy every day, he still had a smile that couldn't close on his face. Before this, although Heinz felt that Su Yi's new magic lamp was very good-looking and it should sell well, he never would have thought that the sales of the magic lamp would be this terrifying. As an old general merchant in Bana City, he couldn't understand at all why the people of Bana City would go crazy to buy a trivial lamp that could only be used for lighting. It's very simple. It's because people have a herd mentality. The more people buy it, the more people want to buy it. Otherwise, it would seem like they've separated themselves from masses. Seveni carefully looked at the magic lamp in her hand for a while before she couldn't help praising. It has to be said, this magic lamp is just too beautiful. It's no wonder many masters in Bana City call it a work of art. Even at yesterday's banquet, there were several famous masters in Banta City who cursed you and New Flyer in front of Count Samo. Su Yi couldn't help smiling. How did they curse me? Seveni tilted her head to think before saying with a faint smile, those masters felt that your New Flyer was actually mass-producing this kind of almost perfect work of art and selling it for such a large amount, allowing such a precious treasure to spread all over the place. This was simply blasphemy to art. Su Yi gave a shrug. Art doesn't mean separating oneself from the masses. Those masters are just too bigoted. No, they aren't bigoted. They think that art is elegant and should be separated from the masses. Only a small group of elegant people are qualified to appreciate it. Your Frestac Chamber of Commerce's actions shattered their sense of superiority, so it's no wonder they flew into a rage out of humiliation. After saying this, Seveni's lips curled into a taunting smile. Seveni revealed a mocking smile. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that this magic lamp is just too beautiful and artistic, making it impossible for people to deny it, even if those masters acknowledged it in their hearts, they would have pretended to look down on it. Sui never thought that Seveni would give such an impolite evaluation of these masters. This was because no matter what angle he looked at it from, Seveni shouldn't be a normal agricultural department official. Rather, she shouldn't have come from a normal background. She should belong to the noble circle of these masters. Right, Sui, the person who designed this magic lamp shouldn't be from your new flyer, right? Where did you find such a master with such profound skills? Seveni suddenly asked. Other than this, the paintings on the 4 signs outside the city were also drawn by this master, right? I can see that the magic lamp in the painting has the same style and design as the one in my hand, so it should be drawn by the same person. Sui nodded. It is indeed the same person, but it isn't from our new flyer. But if you're asking who it is, I can only apologize. You can't say? That really is a pity. Although I don't like those so-called masters, I still agree with their evaluation. The artistic value of that painting is much higher than the magic lamp. The masters all agreed that just based on that painting, it is enough for this person to become a master painter. Seveni suddenly revealed a smile. Of course, in my opinion, the reason why the painting is so outstanding and has such a good effect, other than the magic lamp, the beautiful girl in the painting is also a key reason. I've heard that the girl is called Steel. Is she great magician Camilla's granddaughter? Sui looked at Seveni in surprise. You even heard about this? This isn't something that is hard to find out. When I accidentally asked around last time, I found out that Steel is this famous in Banna City. But thinking about it, this is a very normal thing. She's this beautiful and keeps appearing on your new flyer signs. It's hard for her not to be famous. Seveni thought about it before asking. But compared to this, I'm more interested in something. I've heard that Steele's relationship with you isn't normal. Sui thought of the strange look Steele had when she heard Agnes answer that night. He gave 2 dry laughs before saying, Young Miss Seveni, you came looking for me today because you have something else to discuss, right? Seveni pursed her lips into a smile and didn't pursue this topic. After pausing, she said to Sui with a serious look, Chairman Sui, I came looking for you today because I have some bad news to tell you. Chapter 126. Sui's expression didn't change as he asked, What bad news? Seveni's expression was a bit hesitant as she paused before replying. It's related to the 2 iron mines. Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. Is there a problem with the 2 iron mines? These 2 iron mines could be considered the most important part of Sui's deal with the king. If there was a problem with them, it could even be said that this deal had failed. It's not that there's a problem with the iron mines. Rather, there's a problem on our side. Seveni said in an embarrassed voice. Sui's expression relaxed a bit as he asked, Then may I ask what the problem is? Could it be that His Majesty has suddenly changed his mind? No, since His Majesty has already signed a contract with you. Of course, he won't easily change it. Seveni shook her head and said with a sigh, But 2 days ago, there were people in the kingdom who suddenly raised doubts about the contract between your new flyer and the agriculture department. Oh, who is it? What is the doubt? Sui was a bit surprised. This deal was signed between the king and Sui on behalf of the agriculture department. Raising doubts about this contract was the same as raising doubts about the king. Sui had lived in the Lampari kingdom for several years, so there was no doubt about the king's prestige in the kingdom. Who dared to directly question him? This is related to a long time ago agreement. Specifically speaking, when the Lampari kingdom was first established, the first king had an agreement with the families that helped him establish the kingdom to reward them for their support. The agreement with the Joel family is related to the iron mines in the kingdom. Seveni replied. Sui suddenly understood. This means that the Joel family is dissatisfied with His Majesty taking out 2 iron mines to trade with our company? But this isn't right. These 2 mines aren't in the territory of any family, so they belong to the royal family. Since this is the case, His Majesty the King has the right to make any decision regarding these two iron mines. What reason do others have to raise questions? 70 revealed a bitter smile. You're right, but the problem is that the first king made an agreement with the Joel family. Other than giving the Joel family a certain amount of iron ores, as long as the royal family wanted to transfer the other iron ores, the Joel family would have priority. Priority? Suyi's expression suddenly became extremely surprised. Does this mean that as long as the royal family wants to transfer the iron mines under their name, they must first transfer them to the Joel family? No one else is allowed to interfere? It's not that exaggerated. This priority means that at the same price, the representative of the Joel family can obtain the iron ore first. 70 said. Sui finally understood. Thinking about it, he still felt that something was wrong. But these two iron mines weren't given to our company by the royal family. They were used to pay for the agricultural magic machines. The problem is that the Joel family felt that since these two iron mines could be used as a discount, it meant that the royal family wanted to sell these two iron mines, so the Joel family naturally had the right to make a bid. 3 days ago, Duke Joel proposed to His Majesty that he would have a fair bid with your new flyer to decide who would obtain these two iron mines. 70 explained. Then His Majesty agreed? Sui asked. After all, this is the agreement between the first king and the Joel family. If they don't abide by it, the royal family will be spurned. Chairman Su, His Majesty is also a bit helpless. After saying this, 70's voice slowed down a bit, and there was a trace of pleading in her voice. Sui looked at 70 and said with a cold snort, "Young Miss 70, I represent the new flyer in protesting against this. Our company has already signed a contract with His Majesty in the Agriculture Department, but now you want to break this contract because of your own reasons. I say that this goes against the spirit of the contract, and I have the right to express my dissatisfaction." 70 gave a slight nod. Chairman Su, I understand your dissatisfaction, but I ask you to believe that His Majesty and our Agricultural Department are willing to cooperate with you. This time it was indeed our side that didn't consider everything, bringing losses to you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. So our side will definitely compensate you. Compensate? Sui gave another snort. A contract that has already been signed can be broken. How do you want me to believe in this compensation? 70 calmly looked at Sui for a bit before shaking her head. Chairman Su, I've been in contact with you for a while and know that you aren't an impulsive person. So let's not talk about this, all right? As for the two iron mines, His Majesty can't reject Duke Joel's request. So he hopes that your new flyer can have a fair bid with the representative of the Joel family. As for your new flyer's losses in this matter, His Majesty has said that he can give your new flyer a magic crystal mine as compensation. Other than this, there will also be some special treatment for your new flyer in the kingdom's policies. For example, the patent bill you proposed last time, His Majesty has said that he will carefully consider it and submit it to the royal parliament for review as soon as possible. The patent bill doesn't just benefit our new flyer company. Sui shook his head and continued, but since His Majesty is willing to give compensation, I'm willing to accept it. But just a trivial magic crystal mine as compensation, I feel that it isn't enough. Young Miss 70, you should know that these two iron mines are worth a total of 1,800,000 gold coins in the contract. Now that Duke Joel has proposed a fair bid with our company, it's clear that he already knows this price. If the Joel family gives a higher price, how should our company respond? 70 immediately replied, if New Flyer wants these two iron mines, it's very simple. Of course, you just have to give a higher price. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. Just have the royal family give these two iron mines to the Joel family and use gold coins to pay for the order. Sui said with a cold laugh, Young Miss 70, according to the contract, our New Flyer could have obtained these two iron mines for 1,800,000 gold coins. Now we can only raise the price or lose these two iron mines. Do you think this is reasonable? Chairman Sui, the price of these two iron mines is 1,800,000 gold coins. Your company can obtain the same amount of gold coins from the royal family, there shouldn't be a problem, right? 70 said. What if I really want these 2 iron mines? Sue, he looked at 70, not taking a single step back. Young Miss 70, I don't believe that you can't see that the Joel family's goal isn't these 2 iron mines. Rather, they want to take all the iron mines in the kingdom and chase out all the competitors. Like this, they can monopolize the iron mine business in the kingdom and set the price as they wish, so no one can compete with them. After saying this, he shook his head with a confused expression. Actually, young Miss 70, I've always felt it was very strange. For an important national resource like iron mines, why isn't the royal family in their hands, and why is it controlled by a family other than the royal family? Could it be because of a trivial agreement in the early days of the kingdom? 70 looked at Sue with a strange look. After being silent for a bit, she slowly said word for word, Chairman Sue, please remember that you're only a normal merchant. There are some things that you shouldn't think about. Sue gave a self-deprecating laugh. That's right, you're right. I'm only a small merchant. Of course, I have no right to ask His Majesty about his plans. All right, I don't care about this now. I just want to ask, how can I obtain the 2 iron mines that should be mine? First, I have to remind you that before New Flyer completes all the orders, the 2 iron mines don't belong to you. 70 said with a serious look. Second, Chairman Sue, according to the original plan, there's a way for your New Flyer to obtain the 2 iron mines, but I need your cooperation. This is the reason why I came looking for you this time. Sue revealed a faint smile and gave a slight nod. It seems like young Miss 70 already has a plan, so why didn't you say so earlier? All right, how should I cooperate? According to Duke Joel's request, in a week, there will be a public auction for the 2 iron mines in Banta City. Chairman Sue, if you want to obtain the 2 iron mines, please. Hashtag a week later, the Banta City's City Lord's Manor was brightly lit and filled with people. It was clear that another banquet was being held. The City Lord's Manor often held banquets for various reasons, and it was especially frequent during this time. But tonight's banquet was a bit different, because at the same time as the banquet, there would also be a public auction. An auction being held in the City Lord's Manor was something that had never happened before, but the people who knew the inside story knew that if this auction wasn't held in the City Lord's Manor, no other place would be qualified to hold it. Because this auction wasn't selling rare treasures, rather it was selling 2 iron mines in Banta City. Although all the rare treasures were very expensive and could be auctioned for sky-high prices, compared to the 2 real mines, they were obviously far from enough. The people who could participate in the auction were mostly rich people, but the people who could participate in today's banquet couldn't simply be described as rich. Just 1 iron mine alone could involve a huge sum of millions of gold coins. If 2 were to be auctioned together, the amount of gold coins involved would be enough to make most people dizzy. So there were quite a few people who saw Sue appear at the banquet, and they couldn't help revealing a trace of surprise. Although the New Flyer had developed quickly since it was established, catching everyone's attention, using less than half a year to become a company that could occupy a place in Banta City, the New Flyer had only been established for a short period of time and lacked a foundation. Even if the New Flyer made a large profit with each product, in less than half a year, it was impossible for them to accumulate that much wealth. This Sue, what qualification did he have to participate in this highest level auction that cost over 1 million gold coins? Chapter 127. Although there wasn't anyone who came to ask Sue if he was qualified to attend in front of him, there were still quite a few people who came to ask him. Not long after Sue appeared at the banquet, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Mun Cruz, came forward with a glass of wine in his hand. Chairman Sue, normally when we invite you to banquets, you always say that you're too busy to come. Why did you immediately appear when the Lord City Lord invited you today? Since he reached an exclusive contract with Sue for the cement and experimented with the cement several times, confirming that this thing had amazing properties, far surpassing the materials the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce used before. Whenever Chairman Cruz saw Sue he would greet him with a smile like this. He no longer looked at Sue with suspicion and disdain like when New Flyer had just joined the business union. Sue raised his glass with a smile and clinked glasses with him. Chairman Cruz, you're wrongly accusing me. You have to know that I've even rejected the Lord City Lord's invitation before. It's not just against you. There's no other way. There are too many things to do in the company. Not just before, I've been so busy during this time that I can't even sleep to work. To be able to come to this banquet today, it took me a lot of effort. It's good that you're busy with work. Your New Flyers things have always been this popular, so of course you, as the chairman, will be busy. Chairman Cruz laughed. He suddenly came closer to Sue and deliberately lowered his voice to ask, Chairman Sue, tell me the truth, how many of the magic lamps have you sold? Sue revealed a faint smile and reached out his hand. 5,000? No, it can't be that little. Then, 50,000? Seeing Sue nod, Chairman Cruz took a cold breath as his face filled with shock. It hasn't even been half a month, right? It actually sold this much? Chairman Sue, did your Frestec Chamber of Commerce cast a charm spell on all the people of Bandit City? Did you make everyone buy your things? Sue, he couldn't help smiling. Although he didn't use charm magic, with the various products New Flyer released before, the advertisements of New Flyer, and the reports in the Bandit Times, the people of Bandit City had a high recognition of the brand of New Flyer and Sheen Fei. No matter what new product New Flyer released, it would attract all kinds of attention. This time, because of the addition of the two genius designers Agnes and Vivian, the appearance of the magic lamp was enough to attract most people's attention. Adding in the influence of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it had such a terrifying sales volume. Chairman Cruz, if I had such powerful magic, why would I open a company? I would just charm people and make them obediently take out the gold coins in their pockets. Wouldn't that be enough? Sue teased. Being able to sell this well is naturally because our company's products are good enough. For example, cement, could it be that you don't like it? Hearing Sue mention cement, Chairman Cruz nervously looked around. He looked at Sue and said in a low voice, Chairman Sue, I'll have to ask you to keep this thing a secret for now. Sue nodded with a faint smile. In the business world, being able to seize the initiative was very important in many situations. Now that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had obtained the exclusive right to buy cement from New Flyer, it meant that they were one step ahead of the other companies in using this new building material. It also meant that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce would be able to develop further in the future. Chairman Cruz, of course, didn't want Sue to reveal this secret. He didn't want it to affect his plans with the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that Sue didn't say anything, Chairman Cruz gave a hollow laugh and said, Chairman Sue, let's go back to the previous question. Why do you have time to come to this banquet today? I'm really curious. Sue looked at him. What? Do you also think that I don't have the qualifications to come to this auction? How could that be? Chairman Cruz shook his head. After pausing for a bit, he used a very tactful tone to say, Isn't your company only selling magic machines? Why are you interested in iron ores? Your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce specializes in construction, so why are you here? So he asked back, Hey, the amount of iron used in construction isn't small. Not to mention the thing you mentioned before. Chairman Cruz lowered his voice again. That reinforced concrete also uses a lot of iron. If you can have an iron ore, it would be much better than buying it from someone else. I think that Chairman Sue should be very clear that fellow Fuller Morgan has always been very black-hearted. Sue, he spread his hands. Then do you think that our New Flyers magic machines have a high demand for iron ores? Chairman Cruz silently looked at Sue for a bit before slightly knitting his brows. That means that Chairman Sue, you really are interested in those two iron ores? Of course, otherwise why would I come? Sue naturally replied. Then he pointed at the various people in the banquet hall that were filled with people of all kinds. This time the royal family is auctioning iron ores with great difficulty. Look, it isn't just our Banta City's companies. Even the large companies of the other cities are here. I think that if His Majesty allows it, the companies of the other countries will also participate. In the end, iron ores have many uses, and to have the chance to own two, who would be willing to let it go? Chairman Cruz turned his head and looked at the people in the banquet hall who were chatting in twos and threes. He nodded and said, "Indeed, this is a rare opportunity. No one wants to miss it." After saying this, he turned to Sue E. and hesitantly asked, "But Chairman Sue, according to the information I've heard from the Lord City Lord, the smaller iron ore has a starting price of 500,000 gold coins." The meaning behind these words was, of course, doubting Sue Yee's economic power. Sue E revealed a smile. After thinking that Chairman Cruz had been talking for a while, he finally couldn't help asking this question. He said in a relaxed voice, I've also heard about this. It should be said that the starting price is very low, but I can see that there are many people here, so the final price will be much higher." Chairman Cruz looked at Sue E as he served the dishes. Seeing that he didn't even knit his brows after hearing the shocking amount of 500,000 gold coins, he couldn't help feeling doubtful. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce was in Banta City, right in front of everyone's eyes. What things they sold and how much income they earned, everyone could see it. According to the estimates of the people from the union last time, even if the new flyer made a profit from each product, they should have earned less than 200,000 gold coins in less than half a year. Why did Sui feel that he could participate in the auction of these two iron ores? Where did the new flyer get this much money? Of course, it was impossible for him to obtain an answer from Sue E, so he could only chat with Sue E for a bit before leaving. As soon as he turned around, President Cruz's gaze swept across the banquet hall, and he was suddenly startled. This banquet hall that was over 500 square meters and the highest point was over 4 meters off the ground. Looking around, Chairman Cruz could see countless products from the new flyer. On the left and right walls, from left to right, there were over 20 variable temperature magic air conditioners that the new flyer released before. Although the new flyer advertised that a single variable temperature magic air conditioner could support the temperature of 30 square meters, this banquet hall was used by the Lord City Lord to entertain guests, so of course he wouldn't be stingy. So he ordered 20 units from the new flyer at once. Because it was already winter, the outside was already covered in ice at night. So in this banquet hall, there were 20 magic air conditioners that were all turned on, making the temperature of the hall like it was late spring. On the wall under the magic air conditioners, there was also a long row of brackets. On these brackets, New Flyer's newest magic lamps were turned on, releasing a dazzling light that lit up this large hall like it was daytime. When they held banquets in this hall before, other than having countless candles on the walls, they had to light candles on each table to light up the entire hall. But now with these magic lamps hanging on the walls and the magic chandelier that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had specially designed for this place, the entire hall was filled with light and didn't feel dark at all. Seeing these magic air conditioners and magic lamps, Chairman Cruz couldn't help having a guess that he didn't dare believe. Perhaps everyone had underestimated the new flyer. #, Sue, he didn't know that Chairman Cruz had all these thoughts in his mind. And he didn't know that because he saw all these products from the new flyer, he had made a serious miscalculation about the new flyer. But if he knew that Chairman Cruz was thinking about 200,000 gold coins, he would definitely be shocked. This was because according to the financial report that Seabass had made half a month ago, in close to half a year, not counting the income from the magic lamps, the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce had sold a total of 200,000 gold coins. But for the new flyer's true profit, it was not something that outsiders could calculate. The reason was very simple. Any product from a new flyer had a large profit. Moreover, it was a very terrifying profit. The one with the lowest profit margin was the first product, the magic fan. This was because when he was developing the magic fan, he didn't have enough experience in developing magic machines, so he couldn't lower the cost of the magic fan. Moreover, he didn't hire enough dwarven craftsmen back then, so he couldn't develop enough magic production machines to mass produce them. So most of the magic fan shells were made by the blacksmiths in Banta City, which increased the cost even more. But even like this, the profit margin of the first-generation magic fan was still over 50%. As for the second-generation variable speed magic fan, because the production process was more mature and it was mass-produced by the magic production machines, while the cost was greatly reduced, the price didn't change from the first-generation Magic fan. So the profit margin was over 70%. As for the agricultural magic machines, the magic air conditioners, the magic rice cookers, and now the magic lamps, no matter which one it was, their profit margin wouldn't be less than 70%. This meant that in less than half a year, the new Flyer's total revenue was 200,000 gold coins. That meant that the total profit was a shocking 140,000 gold coins. Of course, the new Flyer had invested quite a bit during this time. The main expenditure was on research and development. When it came to researching new products, new technology, and new theories, he had always spared no effort in investing in them. In this half a year, just in this aspect, he had invested over 20,000 gold coins. Adding in the 30,000 gold coins that the company had spent, including the wages of the workers, the new Flyer still had 87,463 gold coins on their books. For and the new Flyer, who had started from nothing, this was without a doubt a large amount of money. But this money was clearly far from being enough to auction off 2 iron mines. After finished calculating his heart, he looked up and met the confused gaze of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Fuller Morgan. Chapter 128. This time the Lampari Kingdom's royal family suddenly announced that they would be auctioning 2 iron mines in Banda City, which attracted the attention of all the powerful companies in the kingdom. After confirming that this news was true, the companies that came to Banda City to participate in this auction were all the top companies in the Lampari Kingdom. Everyone was clear that this was a very good chance, because before this, all the iron mines in the Lampari Kingdom were controlled by the Joel family, and other people couldn't meddle in at all. But now that the king was taking out 2 iron mines to auction, there was no doubt that the royal family's attitude towards the Joel family was changing. They were already silently admitting that other companies could join the iron mining industry. As for why the royal family would suddenly do this, everyone had different guesses. The most common guess was that the king was finally dissatisfied with the Joel family controlling the kingdom's iron mines. So this was a sign that he was going to make a move against the Joel family. The second guess was made by some people who understood the kingdom's finances. Because the kingdom's finances had been at a very low level for many years. Even if the king wanted to make some moves, he couldn't do it because of the kingdom's finances. So without a choice, the king finally decided to take out all the mineral resources of the royal family to exchange for enough revenue to support his other plans. It should be said that this guess was close to the truth. If it was said in general, it was because the king was limited by the kingdom's finances and couldn't buy the tens of thousands of agricultural magic machines the kingdom needed from the new Flyer. So he wanted to use the mines to pay. But because Su Yi's agreement with the king and the agriculture department was done in secret, there were very few people who knew about it. The reason why the Joel family knew about these 2 mines was because they had inferred from His Majesty the king's actions towards these 2 mines. Therefore, they had asked His Majesty the king for a fair price. As for the new Flyer's role in this, 70 had promised Su Yi that the Joel family wouldn't know, but Su Yi wasn't certain. And now, looking at President Fuller Morgan's eyes, Su Yi was immediately sure that even if the Joel family didn't know that clearly, they definitely knew that he and the new Flyer were involved. As for how much the Joel family knew, Su Yi wasn't sure. After thinking about it, Su Yi walked over to Chairman Morgan. Seeing Su Yi walk over, Chairman Morgan quickly put on a smile and raised his cup to Su Yi. "Hey, dear Su Yi, I'm surprised that you're here today." Guild leader Cruz said the same thing just now. Su Yi said with a shrug. "From the looks of it, I'm afraid that more than half of the people here have the same idea." Chairman Morgan smiled and didn't deny at all. Su Yi didn't want to argue with him on this matter, so he directly said, "Chairman Morgan, your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce already controls half of the iron mines in Banda City. Now that there are 2 more, can't you just give them up?" Chairman Morgan rubbed his half-white hair and said with a laugh, "Chairman Su, are you joking? Since our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce already controls half of the iron mines, Why can't we control the remaining iron mines? Chairman Su, your new flyer is the exclusive magic machine business. So, if other people came to steal it from you, would you be willing to give it up? I'm very willing, Su-yi said with a nod. There is only development with competition. Actually, I really hope that other than our new flyer, there will be several more magic machine companies. If it's just us, the development of this industry will be too slow. Chairman Morgan's face sunk a bit, and he said with a frown, Chairman Su, you don't mean what you say, right? The reason why your new flyer is earning so much money is because only your company can produce magic machines. If it's like you said, and there are several more companies that can produce magic machines, do you think your company can still earn this much money? Here, aren't there a few over there? Su-yi raised his chin and looked at a group of people gathered in the distance. Chairman Morgan followed Su-yi's gaze and said in a voice of disdain, These fellows from Southtan City, they actually want to steal business from Urbana City. They really don't know what's after they die. That group of people were the representatives of Southtan City's companies. The one being surrounded by this group of people was the Leo Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Bruno. Among the people beside him was the Farsac Chamber of Commerce's chairman that Su-yi was familiar with. Perhaps it was because he felt Su-yi and Morgan's gazes. Chairman Bruno stopped talking with the people around him and turned to look over. Meeting Su-yi's gaze, Chairman Bruno's eyes turned cold, but he still had a smile on his face. He even raised the wine cup in his hand to signal to Su-yi. The people on the side saw his actions and also looked over. Chairman Farsac immediately revealed a sincere smile and also raised his cup to Su-yi. The others were a bit confused. They didn't understand why Chairman Bruno and Chairman Farsac, who could call the wind and summon the rain in Southtan City, would specially signal to this young man who didn't seem that remarkable. If it was said that Su-yi was the descendant of a large noble family, the family behind him would be enough for the two of them to be polite to him. But no matter how one looked at it, Su-yi didn't have the special aura of a large noble family. But since Chairman Bruno and Chairman Farsac had expressed their intentions, everyone naturally wouldn't be stingy with their smiles. They all raised their cups to Su-yi. Su-yi also raised his cup and smiled to them. He said to Chairman Morgan, This auction is being held by His Majesty and the mining company in Urbana City. We don't have any special advantages in front of the people of Southtan. Chairman Morgan knit his brows and couldn't help saying, Chairman Su, does your new flyer really want to participate in the auction? Of course, otherwise why would I come? Su-yi said in a natural voice. Chairman Morgan was silent for a bit before saying with a soft snort, Chairman Su, as a friend of the union, I have to advise you. It's best if you don't do things that exceed your abilities. Su-yi nodded. Many thanks for Chairman Morgan's advice. I know what to do. Chairman Morgan gave a strong cold snort before raising his cup and walking away. Watching him leave, Su-yi rubbed his nose and gave a bitter laugh. Why is it that no one believes that we have the ability to buy these 2 iron mines? Thinking about it, he gave a shrug and said with a self-deprecating laugh, All right, actually I don't believe it either. The banquet slowly moved forward with everyone chatting. When everyone felt that it was about time, Count Samied appeared from the back of the hall and instantly attracted everyone's attention. After welcoming everyone and saying some polite words, Count Samied quickly entered the main topic. He began to announce the main event of the banquet, the start of the auction. Because of His Majesty's request, this auction will be auctioning 2 mines that are 50 kilometers west of Urbana City and 60 kilometers southwest of Urbana City. According to the exploration of the kingdom's mining department, other than being rich in iron ore, there are also various other metal ores. Most of the people under the stage already had a certain understanding of the situation of these 2 iron mines, but when they heard Count Samied's detailed introduction, it still caused everyone to gasp in surprise. According to the exploration of the kingdom's mining department, these 2 iron mines could be considered first-class veins. If they could be mined normally each year, the lowest income would be over 100,000 gold coins. If they could buy these 2 iron mines, even if they had to invest quite a bit of money to mine them, they could still earn a large amount. According to His Majesty's instructions, This auction is not for the ownership of these two iron mines. Rather, it is for the mining rights. It will last for 50 years, so those who are interested can bid. Count Samiyed said. Everyone secretly nodded, not feeling surprised at all. This was expected. Even if the iron mines were controlled by the Joel family, they still belonged to the Lampari Kingdom's royal family in name and didn't belong to the Joel family. Only the mining rights had always been in the hands of the Joel family, so they were still controlled by the Joel family. 50 years of mining rights wasn't too long for an iron mine, but it couldn't be considered short either. If one was willing to invest, 50 years was enough for them to earn back their capital and earn a large amount of money at the same time. After introducing the basic conditions of these two iron mines, Count Samiyed gave the responsibility of hosting to two specially invited hosts and auctioneer. The host didn't immediately announce the start of the auction, but the first thing he did was to ask the people and companies participating in the auction to first pay a deposit. This wasn't a special exception. Before a particularly large auction began, there would usually be this kind of rule to ensure that those who participated in the auction had enough strength to participate, so as to prevent people from deliberately causing trouble. Most of the people who came to the banquet were already prepared, so under the supervision of the people sent by the mayor's manor, everyone paid the deposit that they had prepared beforehand. According to the popular rules of signs, the deposit had to be at least 40% of the base price. The base price of these two mines added up to 2 million gold coins, so just the deposit alone was as high as 480,000 gold coins. Seeing the surrounding merchants come forward and pay their deposits one by one, Su-yi couldn't help feeling doubtful. Based on the current situation, there were quite a few powerful merchants in the Lampari Kingdom. All these companies could take out a large amount of 480,000 gold coins. The Lampuri Kingdom's income was a pitiful one that didn't even reach 1 million gold coins. This difference was just too big. Looking at Chairman Morgan walking onto the stage, Su-yi narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Very soon it was Su-yi's turn to come on stage. Hearing the host call out Su-yi's name, most of the people under the stage looked over. The merchants of Bana City naturally recognized Su-yi, and because of a new flyer, the merchants of the surrounding cities had already heard of Su-yi. Even if they didn't know Su-yi before today, they had heard some rumors about Su-yi and the new flyer during the banquet, so they were a bit curious about the rapid development of the new flyer. But everyone was clear that no matter how much money this new company could earn, it was impossible for them to earn 500,000 gold coins in less than half a year. So when Su-yi walked out of the crowd and walked onto the stage, there were countless curious and doubtful gazes that looked over. This new flyer, could they really take out that much money? Su-yi had a perfect smile on his face as he walked in front of the host at a moderate pace. He first gave a smile to the Samiyed Count sitting on the side before taking out a paper bag that didn't seem that thick. The host took the paper bag and opened it, looking at Su-yi in surprise before announcing in a loud voice, "The new flyer has handed over 500,000 gold coins notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce for a total of 500,000 gold coins." Chapter 129. Whispers came from under the stage, and many people had looks of disbelief on their faces. Their eyes looking at Su-yi were filled with shock. This new flyer actually took out 500,000 gold coins at once. What was even more shocking was that he actually took out a large amount of gold banknote from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. It had to be known that the Chimera Chamber of Commerce was the largest company in the signs, so it wasn't easy to obtain their recognition to give you a gold banknote. To have the Chimera Chamber of Commerce give you a large amount of gold banknote, that was even more difficult. Although the companies present weren't weak, most of them had used the gold banknotes from the Lampari Kingdom's Lampuri Company or used some bonds as collateral. Only a few companies took out gold banknotes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce that were recognized as authoritative companies on the continent. To everyone, having a gold banknote from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce was proof of one's status. With New Flyer's current strength, they normally wouldn't have this qualification. Other than this, New Flyer had actually taken out 500,000 gold coins at once. This meant that Sue E was participating in the competition for the two mines. With New Flyer's strength, being able to compete for one of the smaller mines was already unbelievable, not to mention competing for two. But with reality in front of them, they had to believe it. Seeing Sue E walk off the stage, Chairman Morgan narrowed his eyes. From the 5 large amounts of gold banknotes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, he could smell something unusual. These two mines that the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce was determined to get, perhaps there would be some changes. Very soon, the companies participating in the auction all paid their deposits. Everyone was shocked to realize that according to the numbers announced by the host, there were 38 companies participating in the auction. Just with the deposits, the host had already received a large amount of over 10 million gold coins. It was no wonder that the banquet hall had long been surrounded by fully armed soldiers, and no one was allowed to come close. Over 10 million gold coins. This was a number that would make most people go crazy. Soon, under the excited and nervous anticipation of the crowd, the host announced the official start of the auction. The auctioneer that Samo Count had specially invited from Anvilmar City took the stage. The starting bid for mine number 1 is 500,000 gold coins. The minimum bid increment is 5,000 gold coins. Begin. After the auctioneer's gavel fell, there were already several chambers of commerce that could not wait to announce their numbers. In just a moment, the auction price had risen from the base price of 500,000 gold coins to over 600,000 gold coins. At this time, the heated scene in the banquet hall finally eased up and the voices of bidding stopped. 700,000 gold coins. A voice suddenly rang out, instantly causing the hall to fall silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in shock. The last bid was only 610,000 gold coins, but this guy actually raised it to 700,000 gold coins. Was there something wrong with his head? When they saw the people who were bidding, everyone came to a sudden realization. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce was determined to obtain these two mines. Chairman Morgan directly increased the price, showing everyone the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's determination. Of course, although this price was already considered a sky-high price, it was not enough to scare people. After the hall was silent for a moment, someone quickly called out a bid of 710,000 gold coins. The price exceeded 700,000 gold coins, which made many chambers of commerce hesitate. Such a large amount of money was not something that could be easily taken out. But their hesitation only lasted for a moment. Very soon, these people understood that the smaller mine was being auctioned, so the price would be a bit lower. If they couldn't even obtain this mine, then there was no need to hope for the second mine. Therefore, although the bidding was not as heated as before, it did not stop. The bidding continued to rise, quickly approaching the 800,000 gold coins mark. In everyone's eyes, 800,000 gold coins was a very suitable price for this mine. If they exceeded this price, even if they could still obtain quite a bit of profit compared to the subsequent investment and output, it would not be considered profit. Of course, with profits, there would be people who were moved. Therefore, there were still many company representatives who were prepared to increase the price. But at this moment, Chairman Morgan spoke again. 900,000 gold coins. The banquet hall once again fell into silence. Everyone looked at Chairman Morgan with eyes filled with shock. Even if your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce wants this mine, you shouldn't increase the price like this, right? It's fine if you don't open your mouth, but to raise the price by 100,000 gold coins, you are clearly telling others that you must obtain it. It should be said that Chairman Morgan's bidding strategy was not rare. When bidding for an item that was particularly popular and had intense competition, this method could directly scare away many people who were hoping for a fluke and save a lot of trouble. But after showing one's determination, there was a high chance of someone deliberately raising the price. Whether it was good or bad, it was very hard to predict. The hall was silent for a bit. When the auctioneer wanted to confirm, someone else increased the price. 950,000. Chairman Morgan looked in the direction of the voice and found that the one who shouted this price was Sue E. and the Leo Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Bruno. Their gazes met, and Chairman Morgan gave a cold laugh as he said in a clear voice, 1 million. The company representatives that were hesitating whether they should bid or not all couldn't help closing their mouths. Everyone looked at Chairman Morgan and Chairman Bruno with a bit of excitement. Judging from the current situation, this auction had most likely become a wrestling ground for these two people. As expected, after hearing Chairman Morgan's bid, Chairman Bruno did not hesitate at all and immediately shouted, 1,050,000. Chairman Morgan only paused for a bit before immediately following, 1,100,000, 1,150,000, 1,200,000. After the two of them clashed several times, the price reached 1,500,000 in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the hall held their breaths and did not dare say a word. No one would have thought that the starting price of 500,000 would reach 1,500,000. Even if they were all powerful companies, for any company, if they wanted to take out 1,500,000 gold coins, they would need to carefully consider it. Even Chairman Bruno's expression couldn't help changing when he heard Chairman Morgan bid 1,500,000 gold coins without any hesitation. After hesitating for a bit, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 1,510,000. Hearing this number, everyone in the hall couldn't help letting out a sigh. When the two of them bid before, they both increased the price by 50,000 gold coins. But now Chairman Bruno only increased it by 10,000 gold coins. It could be seen that he no longer had any confidence. This bid was just a fluke, betting that Chairman Morgan had already reached his limit. However, Chairman Morgan gave a cold laugh at Chairman Bruno and directly shouted 1,600,000. Facing Chairman Morgan's cold gaze, Chairman Bruno's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. He really wanted to add another 10,000 to try, but he was afraid that Chairman Morgan would suddenly give up. If it was like this, it meant that the Leo Chamber of Commerce would have to buy this mine for the sky-high price of 1,610,000 gold coins. Although the Leo Chamber of Commerce was the #1 company in Southtan City, it couldn't compare to the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce, which was considered one of the top companies in the Lampari Kingdom. If they really took out 1,610,000 gold coins, it would be a huge blow to the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Mining an iron mine required large amounts of manpower and resources, so the investment was huge. Because the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's main business was mining, they already had a wealth of mining experience. For them, mining an iron mine was a very normal action, but for the Leo Chamber of Commerce, it was not the same thing. In comparison, the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's income from mining this iron mine would definitely far surpass the other companies. So Chairman Morgan kept increasing the price without even blinking. Seeing Chairman Bruno struggle, Chairman Morgan gave a cold laugh. He turned to the auctioneer on the stage and said, "Can you start the countdown?" The auctioneer looked at Chairman Bruno. Seeing that he didn't have any reaction, he raised the mallet in his hand and loudly said, 1,600,000 going once. Wait. Chairman Bruno suddenly raised his hand and stopped the auctioneer. Then he fiercely stared at Chairman Morgan and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. 1,650,000. Everyone was in an uproar. Before, Chairman Bruno only added 10,000 gold coins, but this time he added 50,000 gold coins in one go. What did he want to do? Could it be that the Leo Chamber of Commerce wanted this iron mine as much as the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce? Chairman Morgan looked at Chairman Bruno and also unexpectedly yelled out the number, 1,660,000. Seeing Chairman Bruno hesitate for a bit and was about to increase the price, Chairman Morgan looked at him with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "Chairman Bruno, does your Leo Chamber of Commerce really plan on competing with our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce? I think I need to remind you that even if this iron mine is given to your Leo Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid you won't be able to mine a single piece of iron." This time it wasn't just Chairman Bruno. The other people in the hall also had strange expressions. Chairman Morgan's words were clearly a threat. However, everyone had to admit that his threat was very likely to become a reality. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce controlled all the mining businesses in the Lampari Kingdom. As long as they said a word, there wouldn't be a single miner that would dare work for the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Like this, even if the Leo Chamber of Commerce obtained the mine, it would be very hard for them to mine it. Even if they found a way to mine it, it wouldn't be easy to sell it. Chairman Bruno's expression changed several times before he finally let out a sigh and dropped his hand. Seeing him give up, everyone couldn't help letting out a sigh. The first auction had this kind of result, so there wouldn't be any other companies that would dare compete with the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce for the second auction. In fact, the dust had already settled for this auction. Chairman Morgan revealed a proud smile of victory and turned to look at the auctioneer on the stage. The auctioneer was naturally an expert at reading people's expressions. Seeing the situation under the stage, he didn't hesitate and raised the mallet again. 1,660,000 going once. 1,660,000 going twice. 1,660,000 going thrice. Seeing the auctioneer about to drop the mallet, a voice suddenly rang out. 1,800,000. Chapter 130. The hall was originally very quiet because the result was about to be decided, but when this voice came out, it immediately spread through the hall and attracted everyone's attention. After seeing the owner of the voice, everyone's faces were filled with shock. It was actually Sue E. It was actually the new flyer. The shock instantly turned into deep doubt. How much did Sui bid? 1. 8 million gold coins. How could he bid such a sky-high price? Where did the new flyer get so much money? Although Sue E had taken out 500,000 gold coins from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, no one really treated the new flyer as the real deal. They only thought that Sue E was here to join in the fun. No one would have thought that when the Leo Chamber of Commerce gave up, the new flyer would jump out. Chairman Morgan looked at Sue E and felt the uneasiness in his heart grow stronger and stronger. According to common sense, the new flyer shouldn't be able to take out this much money. But when he saw Sue E take out the 5 gold coins from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Morgan suddenly felt that tonight's matter wouldn't be as easy as he thought. Sure enough, the Leo Chamber of Commerce jumped out and increased the price by 300,000 gold coins for no reason. Now Sue E also jumped out at this crucial moment. 1. 8 million gold coins? Chairman Morgan looked at Sue E and said with a smile, Chairman Sue, it's not that I don't believe you, but can your new flyer really take out that much money? I think you borrowed those 500,000 gold coins from somewhere, right? Sue E pretended to be surprised. Chairman Morgan, how do you know I borrowed it? Right, that's right. Our new flyer can't take out that much money right now, so we can only borrow it. Fortunately, a kind-hearted person was willing to lend it to me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to participate in this auction. Chairman Morgan shook his head. Lending your new flyer 500,000 gold coins, I can barely believe it, but lending you 1,800,000 gold coins. Not just me, even if you ask everyone here, who would believe it? Although the other people in the banquet hall did not directly agree with President Morgan, from their expressions, it was obvious that they were suspicious. Without waiting for Sue Yi's reply, Chairman Morgan turned to Samo Count, who was personally supervising the auction, and bowed. Sir City Lord, I suspect that new flyer can't take out that much money, so Chairman Sue's actions are simply to cause trouble. I beg you to follow the rules of the auction and expel him. Hearing President Morgan's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Although most people felt that new flyer definitely wouldn't be able to take out 8 million gold coins, Chairman Morgan's current actions were completely tearing apart all pretenses with Sue E. After carefully thinking about it, everyone felt that Chairman Morgan's actions were very ruthless. If Sue E was really expelled, not only would Sue E lose face, it would be hard for New Flyer to maintain a foothold in Bandit City. With the strength of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce, how could they be worried about tearing apart all pretenses with a small New Flyer? Count Samo knit his brows. He stood up to look at Sue E before looking back at Chairman Morgan and saying in a deep voice, Chairman Morgan, this is only your suspicions, it can't become a reason for me to expel Chairman Su. Chairman Morgan nodded before pointing at Su E and saying, "Then, Sir City Lord, I hope that Chairman Su can prove that he has the ability to pay 1,800,000 gold coins. Otherwise, he is disrupting the order of the auction, and I am very dissatisfied with this." Su E couldn't help saying, "Chairman Morgan, why don't you prove it yourself first?" Chairman Morgan said with a cold laugh, "Does our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce need proof? We aren't a small company like yours." Su E looked at Chairman Morgan and felt a bit strange. Although he expected Chairman Morgan to react to his sudden bid, he never thought that his reaction would be this intense. Could it be that Chairman Morgan had secretly received some news? Thinking about it, Su Yi's expression changed before he revealed a smile. He turned to Count Samo and said, "Sir City Lord, according to fair reasoning, I feel that Chairman Morgan's request and protest are completely nonsense, and there is no need to care about it. But Chairman Morgan is right. Our new flyer is a small company, so of course we can't have the same privileges as a large company like the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. So this time, in order to not make it hard for the Sir City Lord, I've decided to take out proof to prove that our new flyer has the ability to pay this bid." Including Chairman Morgan, everyone looked at Su E with curious gazes. This fellow could actually prove it? How could he prove it? "Sir City Lord, can you let one of my companions in?" Su E asked Samo Count Samo. "This companion can prove it." Samo Count Samo asked back. "Yes." Su E nodded. "Good." Samo Count Samo switched hosts and had him personally escort Su E out of the banquet hall. When Su E walked out the door, the banquet hall instantly became noisy. Everyone gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing who Su E would call in. They were actually able to prove that new flyer had the ability to pay 1,800,000 gold coins. "I think this fellow is clearly finding an excuse to run away, right?" Chairman Morgan said with a cold snort. The Serene Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Manhattan Rank and the Armani Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Samuel Vincent beside him looked at each other, seeing the uneasiness in each other's eyes. Manhattan Rank thought about it before saying, "Chairman Morgan, although I know that your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce is determined to obtain these 2 mines, New Flyer is still a partner of our business union. So we shouldn't make our relationship like this, right?" "That's right, Chairman Morgan. Just let Su E bid. If you think it's too high, then don't bid anymore. Anyway, we all know that New Flyer doesn't have that much money. As long as he can't take it out when the time comes, the one losing face is him and New Flyer. It isn't related to you. According to the rules of the auction, your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce with the second highest bid can still obtain a mine. So why do you need to make things this awkward with him?" Chairman Vincent also added, "There are many representatives of companies from other cities here, and if they see the relationship between our Banta cities companies like this, we will be mocked. This fellow asked for it. It's fine if he just honestly does his magic machine business. But he actually wants to meddle in our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's business. This has already broken the rules, so you can't blame me," Chairman Morgan said. Actually, he also agreed with Chairman Vincent's words. In a normal situation, he wasn't willing to fall out with Su E, but he felt that something was strange tonight, which made his heart very uneasy, so he asked Su E to take out proof. As for falling out with New Flyer because of this, he and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce didn't care. Chairman Rank and Chairman Vincent looked at each other and revealed helpless, bitter smiles. At this time, they really hoped that Su E wouldn't come back. However, reality didn't let them do as they wished. In less than 5 minutes after Su E left, he came back to the banquet hall with the host, and there was another person with him. The curious gazes of everyone in the hall fell on this person. Then, a burst of exclamations could be heard in the hall. "It's actually him." When Chairman Morgan saw this person, his face instantly became very ugly. Chairman Rank looked at this person before looking at Chairman Morgan, as his expression became very wonderful. Only Chairman Vincent was a bit confused. Seeing the change in their expressions, he looked at this person and found that the middle-aged man who came in with Su E had a well-proportioned body. His clothes were very decent, and he didn't have a single strand of mess. His head of slightly white hair was neatly combed, and he gave off a strict and capable aura. He should be a very capable person with a single glance. But based on his appearance, this person shouldn't have made Chairman Morgan and Chairman Rank have such a large reaction. Who is this person? Chairman Rank looked at the relaxed smile on Su Yi's face and said with a bitter smile, "You'll know in a while." Under everyone's complicated gazes, Su Yi and that person were led to the stage by the host. Count Samo looked at that person before looking at Su Yi and revealing a smile. "Su Yi, your face isn't small." Su Yi said with a smile, "Sir City Lord is too kind. Can I ask him to help me answer Chairman Morgan's question?" Count Samo slightly nodded. "Of course." Su Yi said something to that person in a low voice. That person nodded and came to the front of the stage. His eyes swept over everyone and he raised his voice. "Everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm the Lampari Kingdom branch manager of the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, Fairy Ross." As soon as his voice fell, there was a burst of cries that were louder than before. This person was actually someone from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. Everyone instantly understood. It was no wonder Su Yi could take out 5 large gold notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. He was actually related to the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. Then even more doubts appeared in everyone's hearts. A small new flyer. How could they be related to the Chimera Chamber of Commerce? They could even send a manager to Banda City to help Su Yi out of this situation. Fairy Ross didn't care about the doubts in everyone's hearts as he continued with an expressionless face. "At the request of New Flyers Chairman Su, I'm here to specially announce something to everyone. After strict examination, the New Flyer has submitted a loan request to our Chimera Chamber of Commerce. The total amount is 5 million gold coins. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.